Oh, hi. Can you see me? Can you hear me? I know that you're on mute. So touch the screen. Do you see the top left-hand corner? There's a little, looks like a volume icon. I can't hear you. Hold on. Trying to see if I can unmute you. You're gonna have to figure out how to unmute yourself. It's there. You're doing it on your iPhone, right? Okay. So if you're look at yourself, your own video, okay? And then put your finger on the screen and you'll get Zoom, end call to the left. You'll see that there's a volume thing up at the top left-hand corner. You see that?
I am unmuted.
Okay, there you are.
There I am.
How are you?
I'm good. I know I'm early. I just like.
I figured some people might want to show up early.
The thing is, I am just I was kind of apprehensive and nervous about the whole Zoom thing because I have never done this before. So it's like, I'm going to go early and play around because I don't want to be late. Don't want to be late.
Holly made it. Holly, everybody is automatically muted when they come into the room. Hold on a second, because I went live because I figured that some people might be coming in early, and that's nice. It's like great. I'm still getting my act together. Okay. I need more coffee for this.
Yeah, I'm working on my tea already, so. getting my tea ready. And I can't find my lid and the straw. Oh, there it is. I am now teed.
I do need some in the background. Oh, Amber showed up. Yay, yay. Everybody's coming. Yay. Yeah, I was so like, I do one of these workshops and I don't know if anyone's going to show up. I'm so happy that you guys showed up, I hope people
I'm
remember.
excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, you're probably not going to hear anything you haven't heard a million times out of my mouth.
Well, still, there's always an opportunity to learn. So I'm here.
Hey, Amber.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you guys hear me okay? Like, can you hear me? Like, am I having decent sound? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like when I'm in this room, I echo. Like there's always but you guys sound really super clear and I love it.
Good.
Amber is the expert lucid dreamer.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, I'm going to eventually get around to dreams and talking about dreams like we talked about before. But when we get to dreams, if you think of anything that, is helpful for you, as advice, I really want this to be, well, I'm going to talk, then I'm going to talk, and then we're going to do question and answer, and then, share your experience. It's just going to be going to try to keep this as structured as possible. Like this is not a shoot the shit session. It's going to be a real class.
Something that's been pretty cool that I want to mention, we talked about building the astral temple. Something I did is go into those AI programs and I talked through building one of those temples. So it gave me a visual and I use that in my dream practice so that I have that same. So I do it with meditation and also do it before I go to bed or when I wake up and I'm going to write in there. I just go back. And last night I was in a class with Witchfoot. Haven't had that happen before.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that was her or it was some recapitulation, but it was interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
Let's see. Can you see this?
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, wow.
So I just went in and kind of described what I was wanting. I'm not a visual artist. I can't draw or paint that well.
Right.
And I just kept refining it until it looked like I wanted it to. And then I just have it at the front of my dream book. So I can look at it.
That's awesome.
Wow, that is cool.
A little extra light over here. Oh, it's such a beautiful day here in Vermont. So
We're getting 80-degree weather right now on Mount Hood, on a mountain,
oh wow.
which is nice, but also scary. We really need the water here.
Wow, 80 degrees.
Yeah.
I'm here in Virginia, in Winchester, Virginia, and I am freezing my butt off.
The weather is absolutely perfect right now. It's like my favorite time of year when it turns October, November, December, and things are changing. For some reason, I've traditionally always done very well emotionally, mentally, spiritually in the fall. Always done well in the fall. My worst months are the spring months. I'm like on a cycle. So I'm always kind of nervous when March and April and May come around. So I'm like, not my favorite time of year, not my favorite time of processing information. But I'll tell you something else. Because I've been here in Vermont for a couple of days now, because when I come up here, I stay. Like I don't want to drive back and forth between Massachusetts and Vermont. So I have like a refrigerator and a microwave, and I kind of like, crash here. And I realized that I haven't had to take my albuterol or my inhaler or any asthma medication since I've been here, because the air is literally that clean. It is that crisp.
Wow. That's definitely got to be refreshing to not have to use that stuff.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, whenever I've had to use an inhaler like that, you get all jittery and just to be able to breathe freely without all that stuff. Ooh. Yeah, definitely.
So I feel like I have a pharmacy, because every time I go to get my refill on my asthma medication, they give me like 3 or 4 inhalers. And I'm like, I don't use 3 or 4 inhalers, but I have like a whole bag full of albuterol inhalers. I'm saving them in case there's an emergency and there's asthmatics and we can't get a hold of medication. Like I'm a survivalist. Hey, Grant.
Hi.
Oh my God, you're wearing clothes.
Yes.
Everybody. So this is my best friend, Grant. He is one of the men who is part of my coven here in Manchester, New Hampshire. We put on full moon. We do all the solstices, equinoxes, sometimes the agricultural holidays, and just special events in general. But we do them nude. It's a nudist group. So like we're always sky clad when we're doing our ceremonies and rituals. So it's like whenever I see him in a shirt, I'm like, you're wearing clothing.
And I also decided, since this is a witch group, that I should dress in black.
Yay. I have Leslie here and Tanya here and iPhone 3. I don't know who iPhone 3 is. That's okay. Anybody who came with the link, you don't have to talk. You don't have to put yourself on video. You don't have to put yourself out there. This is for you. This is a gift I'm giving you guys, because I only do this shit like literally, I don't know, I don't think I've done a workshop like this in at least 2 years, have I, Jacqueline? It was way before Chris died.
It has been a long time, but I've been waiting.
I know. I hope you guys have your coffee, and I hope you have your all of your supplies, because once this starts going, we just go and go and go and go and go. Denise made it. Oh my God. And I've got Jessica. Ooh, I've got lots of people coming. Woohoo! I'm so excited.
Yay! Yay! This is going to be fun. Is Ray coming?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I invited, I have all of my people, my peeps. You guys are my peeps. My peeps.
I sent out a few more invites early this morning, but I don't know if you've been contacted or not, but we'll see.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't even think about emailing the Boston group that I have, the Boston root workers, witches and pagans and everything. I didn't send them anything.
So I took care of that this morning.
Okay, good. I have
and also our coven.
Yeah, I didn't get any messages, so
You have to check your meetup email.
yeah, I have my email connected to my phone, but I didn't get anything. Oh, it's noon.
Yes.
Okay. I don't start exactly at noon, because I don't know whether or not people understand how to log into Zoom.
I understand the struggle.
Yay, yay. Okay, iPhone 3 is Becky. Hey, Becky.
Hey, Becky.
Yay.
Hey guys.
Hi. Where
Yeah.
are you?
Zoom,
I
Zoom
didn't
looks different.
I didn't do video just because I look a hot mess. So glad to be here though.
Look at this. I updated my Zoom app, and now I can scroll and see all of your faces. Oh, wow. I have the shtick that I always do on my podcast, where I tell everybody I just had my grande chai vanilla soy latte enema, and I'm getting ready to go take my morning shit. Like I say that at the beginning of every single one of my podcasts. And I had a guy who came and got a massage from me a couple of days ago. He booked a 10 a.m. appointment. And when he showed up, we were coming up the elevator, and he was like, "So have you had your morning shit yet?" And I was like, "What?" And I said, "What?" He was like, "Oh, I listened to your podcast." And I'm like, "That's awesome." So
By the way, when are we going to get another one of those?
I'm working on it. I've got I have a million projects going on. I've got a million projects going on, and I'm eventually getting around to them all. It just takes a long time.
I listen to those while I'm at work, those podcasts.
I disabled all the comments on my YouTube. I disabled all my comments on my YouTube. So I go in and manually approve all of my comments, because I can't with people. I just can't. And you guys, you're not seeing me on TikTok anymore. You probably never see me on TikTok. It's because I'm done. I am so mentally and emotionally over being on TikTok that I'm spending a lot of time creating new content for my YouTube channel. Because for one thing, it's a lot harder for people to take down content on YouTube than it is on TikTok. And people are so much nicer. They're just not, you know, they tend to live more in the real world
Yeah.
than on TikTok. But you know what I found out? You know what I really realized after being a content creator and having like a lot of followers at certain points of time is that I just need to remind everybody there's a lot of mentally ill people on TikTok. Because literally, if you have access to a phone and you have access to download an app, anybody can get on that app. And I realized over time that a lot of people I was interacting with were really like not well. And so if you come across someone who's a witch or somebody who looks like they are completely in psychosis, we need to talk
Probably
about
because
mental
they
health.
are.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, everybody, just give me another minute. I hope everyone is happy this morning and having their
Yeah.
coffee and starting your day and
Yeah.
beautiful faces. I'm going to wait another 5 minutes, and I promise I won't start later than 12:10. Then people might peter in if they remember. But we're going to get going, and I'll tell you how all of this is going to go down and how it's going to work. Just as a raise of hands, like you can go like this, because I know that like your microphone is off. Has anyone ever taken a live workshop about witchcraft and sorcery and magic before? So you can raise your hand if you have.
I've never done it on Zoom.
Okay.
Always
You
in
did-
person.
You did in person?
I with my coven.
Yeah.
We do a lot of it.
You're lucky to have a group of people to practice magic with. A lot of people that I meet that are just by themselves out in the middle of nowhere, like Mississippi,
Missouri.
Kansas, Ohio, Wisconsin. I talk to people from everywhere, and a lot of people don't have access to other practitioners. So, but we're lucky, man. You know, I enjoy doing live. I enjoy doing live, but I prefer to see people's faces. I think that maybe if you guys enjoyed our time together, maybe I would be willing to maybe once a month do a get together here on Zoom for everyone who wants to come and participate, talk. I mean, do more casual chill. I did that on Discord. Remember when I had the Discord, or when I was on Discord? I did that a couple of times, and where you get to see other people's faces and actually communicate with one another face to face. It's such a different experience for me also doing this. Okay, hold on, everybody. I'll be right back. And when I get back, we'll get started.
All right. Jay, get your meds. My class. Oh, you got it. Okay. Oh.
Okay, so what I would prefer is please everybody turn your microphone to mute for right now. So if you don't know how to do that, touch your screen. After you touch your screen, in the upper left-hand corner of Zoom is a microphone app, and you can turn off that microphone for me. And the only reason why I asked that is because just distracting noises, like even writing on paper makes noise sometimes. So if you guys don't mind doing that, that would be great. And okay. Welcome to Brujo Orion Teaches Witchcraft and Sorcery. Woo! We're going to study magic. We're going to learn how to yeet people. No, I'm just kidding. So I just want to explain to you how this workshop is going to go down, how I want to structure it. Hopefully all of you have a pen and paper. You guys are so on point that I know you probably are ready to take notes. So how this is going to work is I'm going to lecture. I'm going to do a little bit of a lecture. And then after I do some lecturing, then I'm going to open it up to question and answer. Okay. Question and answer. So I want you to write down any questions that you have about the material that I present to you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and tell you from the jump. Everything that I teach you today is how I practice magic. This is how I practice magic, not some other witch bitch, okay? And I don't give a fuck what you have read in a book. I don't give a fuck what you have seen in a YouTube video or a TikTok video. I don't care, you know, what some other witch has told you, because that has nothing to do with me and what they do. Witchcraft and magic is incredibly personal. It is personal. It is unique to every single practitioner that practices. Even if you're part of a coven, you are still an individual that is responsible for yourself and practicing your magic. And nobody's motherfucking opinions about you matter. And nobody's opinions about how you practice magic matter, because no one can tell you how to work with your own ancestors. No one can tell you how to work with your own spirit guides. No one can interpret your dreams for you. You're the only person that gets to have your psychic experiences. You're the only person that is walking your spiritual path. So there's no reason to judge anyone here. You know, I hope, because I know you guys and you're here, it means that you're not non-judgmental towards me, and I'm very, very opinionated and offensive. So, but at the same time, you know, you guys, I want you to just not be judgmental towards other people's practices, and don't be judgmental towards yourself. Okay. I need you guys to just focus on the information that I present to you, and try not to compare it to what you've heard to someone else. Because, and this is even when I teach yoga classes, when, let's say Uncle Birch, I invited Uncle Birch to come today. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. I also invited, well, Jennifer was supposed to come, but she's getting ready to do readings. It doesn't matter. Let's say you're taking a workshop from Mama Sunfire. Let's say you're taking a workshop where you get Mama Sunfire or Jennifer Witchfoot or like Uncle Birch or somebody like that to mentor you. They're going to teach you how to practice witchcraft the way they practice it. They're going to teach you what works for them. And they're going to say, if that works for you, great. If it doesn't work for you, find a different method. So when you work with Jennifer, or you're taking Jennifer's online classes about physical magic, practice magic the way Jennifer tells you to practice magic. And when you take my workshops and you take my classes or work with me, if I mentor you and I mentor some of you, do my suggestions. So you got to learn everything and take everybody's opinions with a grain of salt, because at the end of the day, these are all just opinions. So let's go ahead and move forward with the glut of information that I have here. The first thing I want to do before we get started is I need to define what magic is. I need to tell you the nature of the spiritual world, and I need to talk to you about ethics and morality, okay? So what is magic? I believe magic is the quintessential essence that holds and binds the entire universe together. It's like the Force in Star Wars. It's like the Tao. It is raw, creative force. That's what magic is. It's like gravity. Okay, it's a universal law or a universal principle that holds things together. And it's something that you can learn and manipulate. Like, we understand gravity, so we can learn how to defy the laws of gravity, right? People fly in planes, people learn how to hang glide. So we know that gravity works because we feel it working or we observe it working. We also know that even though there are universal laws in place, they're bendable or there's workarounds. So I want you to see your entire life as being magical. The magical world and the mundane world are one and the same. There's not a difference between the two. You can't have one without the other. So when you wake up in the morning, when you start your day, when you kiss your kids goodbye and send them to school, when you make your cup of coffee, when you go to work, every single thing you do, if you come home at night and you smoke a joint and you sit on your couch and watch Netflix, this is all part of the spiritual world. Having sex with your partner is also spiritual. That's also part of the spiritual world. And it's spiritual whether or not you do a whole tantric ritual where you pour honey all over each other and lick each other off, or whether or not you chain up your husband and put on a dominatrix outfit and whip him. It's all spiritual. Do you see what I'm saying? There's just different ranges of spirituality, okay? And when it comes to magic, there is magic that is creative, and there's magic that's destructive. And whether or not, I don't use the word good and bad when referring to magic, because my religion or what I practice is based on nature. And it's based on working with spirits of the dead. Primarily, I work with the dead and I work with spirits of nature, okay? And nature, although it's incredibly beautiful and majestic, it's also ridiculously dangerous, okay? So if I went outside and I went forest and I picked up a stick and I went and found a bear, or let's say I found a poisonous snake, and I thought it was cute to start fucking with that snake and poking at that snake, okay? And I irritated it. If that snake can bite me, it will bite to kill me, okay? And no one's gonna get mad at that snake because it's behaving like a snake. I'm that snake. You come after me with some kind of witchcraft, you threaten me, you try to push me into the corner, oh, absolutely, I'm going to bite to kill when I practice magic. And that's not good, and that's not bad. That's me defending myself. Or maybe I perform some kind of offensive magic, around somebody that I don't want their energy coming towards me. But you have to look at magic as being a neutral force. And people who have a problem with people that practice negative magic are still in a colonized worldview. You're still practicing magic with a Christian worldview. Now, I'm not anti-Jesus. I'm not an anti-Jesus person. I think the message of Jesus is beautiful. Don't have a problem with the person. I have a problem with Christianity. I have a problem with the religion, the way it's been shoved down everyone's throat. And the issue is that people grow up Christians and then they decide, well, I don't want to be a Christian anymore. This doesn't work for me. So they decide they're going to be a witch or a Buddhist or something else. But they take the exact same mentality that they have as a Christian, and they transfer it over into this other religion, okay? So we have to be very careful as witches that we are not bringing any kind of colonized worldview into our practices. Magic is a knife, and you can either use a knife to carve up a turkey and feed your family, or you can use it to murder someone. But the knife is a completely neutral tool, and that's what magic is. The knife is either dangerous and harmful or creative and productive, depending on how you hold the knife. And that's magic, okay? You have to take 100% ultimate responsibility for everything you do in magic. Once you start practicing magic, once you start opening yourself up to spirits and ancestors, once you start practicing the occult or going down the mystical path, the universe is going to hold you ultimately responsible for everything you think, everything you say, and everything you do. And karma starts coming back a lot faster when you get on the spiritual path, okay? So the spiritual world, what is the spiritual world like? Well, the spiritual world is an all-consuming burning fire. It is a fire, and it will burn you if you do not know how to contain it and you don't know how to handle it correctly, okay? And just like fire doesn't give a fuck if you're young, a baby, it doesn't matter if you're a teenager or old. If you don't contain a fire, it can burn down an entire forest. It will burn down your house and it will kill everything. But nobody will get mad at fire for behaving like fire. So I need you to understand that in witchcraft and sorcery, and I want to define what those two things are because they're not the same. When I said witchcraft and sorcery, I really meant there's witchcraft and there's sorcery, and they're not the same practice. That's another reason why I wanted to do this training. Because the spiritual world will burn you if you do not actively contain it and respect it. We have to respect the spiritual world and have a healthy fear of it, just like we do fire. That's why when I see, I don't know, some witch has decided that they're going to go hex a god or a goddess. That's a thing on TikTok now. Like, I'm going to go curse the gods or kill the gods or something like that. That's something. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what, you think you're more powerful than Hecate? You think you're more powerful than the deity? Okay, we're going to see how that works out for you, you know? So what you have to remember about stupid people is that they will fuck around and they will find out. And it's either going to ruin their life or they'll get killed doing it. And when I say killed, I mean they can literally die doing these practices. And so can you. So this is very, very serious. Magic can heal and it can kill. And you should know how to heal and to kill. Because a witch that can't kill can't heal. It doesn't mean that you need to go out there and start killing people like some kind of sorceress, a serial killer. But I'm telling you that you need to understand both positive and negative aspects in magic. I hope I didn't offend anybody by that spill on witchcraft. Here's the other thing about spell casting. And I'm going to tell you something you might not have ever heard in a book that was written by a Wiccan author. When you spell cast and you cast a spell, you should get exactly what you cast a spell for, exactly what you wanted. If nothing happens, that is a spell failure. And if you get something kind of like what you want, or maybe kind of something close to what you want, that's still failure to me. Because when I cast a spell, I want 100% accuracy in the spell, and I want 100% effectiveness in the spell. So if I cast a spell and I don't get what I want, well, I have to cast it again. I don't give up after I perform one working. If the working doesn't work, you got to work it again. Sometimes you have to do a working 5 times before you will see the result that you want. But persistence is very, very important when it comes to practicing magic. Okay. Witchcraft and sorcery. What is the difference? See, I've got my notes over here. What I wanted to do. Okay. What is the difference between witchcraft and sorcery? Geez, Philip, you could have really had your shit together better than this. All right. The difference between witchcraft and sorcery. Witchcraft has traditionally been practiced by women. Witchcraft is a feminine art and science. Someone on TikTok once asked me, where does witchcraft come from? Or how, where did witchcraft come from? And I said, the first female that went out into the forest and found medicinal plants to ease her menstrual cramps, or could perform an herbal abortion, or get rid of a fetus, or find medicinal plants that were able to heal warriors on the battlefield, or psychic mediums that were able to open up to the divine feminine and channel. That whoever did that first, whatever woman did that first, millions and millions of years ago, she was the first witch. Okay, so witchcraft has always been feminine, and witchcraft is based in physical magic, meaning that traditional witches were herbalists. They had a divine knowledge, understanding, and they were master herbalists. They understood medicinal plants. And that's why they were always feared by the patriarchy. And that's why women witches were always feared by men, because men didn't have the knowledge that women had about botanical plants. They didn't understand poisons. You know, if some woman was being abused and there was a local witch, she might be able to go out and that witch might be able to concoct some kind of herb or some kind of tea or some other kind of powder that she could put on that person's food that would yeet that person. And back then, nobody would know why the person died either. They wouldn't understand how that person died, right? So it was magic when somebody got killed with witchcraft. Went down in Haiti when they turned people into zombies and voodoo. That's not mysticism. The zombification process that voodooizants use when they want to exact that kind of punishment on someone, that is an actual herbal concoction that's made with a particular kind of blowfish. It's a neurotoxin that they give people that fucks up people's brains. So it's all plants. Voodoo is plants. Witchcraft is plants. And so it's very important. Sorcery primarily has been practiced by men, because sorcery's roots go back to priesthoods, like the first priest, the people who were responsible for performing animal or human sacrifice, or people who were practice some kind of divination, like an Ifa, where they throw the kola nuts and they were able to define things. Men's brains have always worked in a more rational, logical way, and women's brains have worked in a very traditionally intuitive way. And I'm not being sexist in any way. If you feel like I'm being sexist right now, please ring me out when it comes to question and answer time. I'm just saying in general that men and women are different, and we process information differently in general. And men's minds tend not to be intuitive at all. And so we have always used other devices in order to accomplish magic. One is divination tools, and the second one is ritual performance or ceremonial magic. Witchcraft is something that's hereditary a lot of times. A grandmother teaches her granddaughter to do it, or her mother teaches her daughter to do it. Or you heard about that grandmother or that great grandmother that everybody was afraid of. They all called her a witch, or she had abilities that nobody wanted to talk about, right? And witchcraft is hereditary. It comes through your DNA, it comes through your blood. Whereas sorcery is something that is studied, it's something that's learned, it's something that is researched, and it is put together in ritual performance. Whereas a witch doesn't have to perform any kind of ritual ceremony. All she has to do is walk into her kitchen, open up her apothecary, and start pulling herbs and candles and things, and she's already practicing magic. Whereas a sorcerer has to draw circles on the ground, triangles. There's a lot of god names that are used. There's invocations of gods, demons, goddesses, jinn. And generally, a sorcerer is going to conjure spirits that are dangerous. Okay. Witchcraft and traditional magic deals with ancestors. It deals with spirits of nature. It deals with spirits of the dead, familiar spirits. That's like spirit guides, maybe even patron saints or patron deities. And these are generally trusted spirits that are safe for the witch to work with. They're familial. Whereas a sorcerer, like I just said, is going to try to pull maybe celestial energies that need a lot of protection, phylacteries, and other kinds of ritual magical safeties to protect themselves from the energy that's conjured. So a witch doesn't have to cast a circle. A witch doesn't have to do a banishing ritual before she practices magic, because a witch's house is already tied down and safe spiritually. If you have an altar in your house for your ancestors, if you have a place for your patron saint, whether that's Bridget or Hecate or Apollo or whoever it is that you work with, and you call on that spirit often, and you have maybe wards and talisman around your house to protect your house, and you call on your familiar spirit frequently, and you keep your house clean, there's no reason why you should ever fear that something negative is going to come into your house, because you have created a bubble, an atmosphere of protection in your house. The only time you would have to worry about a cleanse is if you went somewhere and you come home and you feel like something followed you home, or like someone came to your house and they brought in negative shit with them, or you go to the thrift store and you buy something and you bring it home, and it becomes a horror story. You bring home the doll and it turns into Chucky. Those are things you have to worry about. But in general, you shouldn't be afraid to practice magic in your own house. And if you have a problem practicing baneful workings, hexes, curses, and jinxes, you can cast those spells outside of your house. And it would be my recommendation, if you're going to hex or curse somebody, that you do that outside of your house, that you make your spell and then you go cast it somewhere else, in the forest, in the woods, at a park, in an alleyway, whatever. And then some stupid idiot on TikTok will find your spell and pick it up and start showing everybody the video of what they found out there. Blah, 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 blah. Witchcraft is psychic, it's shamanic, it's intuitive. It's not taught, it's experiential. Whereas sorcery is rational, logical, must create and generate the desired experience. Okay. And now, the last thing I'm going to talk about for a minute before I go into my next portion is I just want to tell you about the three oldest spiritualities, the three oldest spiritual paths. Okay. The three oldest spiritual paths in for us as human beings, not religions, I'm talking spiritual paths, is animism, shamanism, and ancestor worship. And any spiritual discipline today, or religion or practice today, that does not contain all three of those components are not old. They don't come from antiquity. They don't come from a true origin or source. They're fictitious or made up, or they're bastardizations of other practices. Okay. So we need to break down what is animism, what is shamanism, and what is ancestor worship. And then I want to open it up to question and answer. And you might not have questions, but if you'd like to ask me a question, that's great. Animism is the understanding or the belief that all things inherently contain a spirit. Okay. Every tree, every rock, every lake, every river, every forest contain communities of spirits. If you grew up watching Disney movies, it's Beauty and the Beast. You know, Beauty walks into a room and suddenly the chandelier is talking, and the chairs and the tables and everything can dance. That's animism. That's what animism is. It's whenever you attach personhood to a thing, animate or inanimate, and you give that thing agency in your life, you are practicing animism. That's like making spirit dolls and puppets, or as we do in Palo Mayombe, creating vessels and spiritual pots for spirits of the dead to live in order for them to work with you and communicate with you. As an example, if you want to practice animism, and if you've never practiced animism before, I'm going to tell you what to do. Name your car. I have a name for my car. My car's name is Alejandro. And every time I go outside and I get ready to get in my car, I go around the back end of my car and I slap Alejandro on the bumper and I say, Alejandro, you got a real tight ass. And then when I get in the car, I say, okay, Alejandro, where are we going to go today? And then if my car gets really, really good gas mileage, then I pat him on the dashboard and I say, Alejandro, you are an awesome car because you get me where I need to go and you give me the best gas mileage. And my car has a personality to me because I have built a relationship with an inanimate object, and that's animism. So when you're working with plants, okay, like in witchcraft, you're conjuring the spirit of that plant. When you light that candle, you are conjuring the spirit of fire, the element of fire. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's the kind of thing about animism. Animism tends to be very, very elemental also. It's where the concept of fairies come from. The next spiritual path is shamanism. And shamanism is a packed word, okay, because most people don't understand what it means. Shamanism is psychic mediumship. It's trance mediumship. Okay, so today in the Caribbean, you might see people that practice African diasporic traditions like Palo Mayombe, Santeria, Voodoo. You might see other people practicing things, but none of those people would call themselves a shaman, although that's what it is. It's a shamanic kind of magic that we practice going into trance. Shamanism is trance mediumship. And back in the day, they used drugs to do it. They would take magic mushrooms, or they would smoke weed, or they would take ayahuasca. And there's all kinds of practices still today that people are like, now they're colonizing that too, going down and going on journeys. I'm sorry, I need to be real careful about what I say because I don't want to be too offensive. But it's become trendy. I'm not talking about us that take these practices seriously. I'm talking about it's been trendy. Oh, let's go down and like do an ayahuasca journey. Anybody who's not ready to go on a spiritual journey using drugs and substances is going to fuck themselves up. They're not going to be ready for that, okay? Mama ayahuasca does not play. I've done drugs. And drugs are the best teachers. I just want to put this out there. Drugs are phenomenal teachers because they don't give a fuck about you. They teach you hard lessons when you do psychedelic drugs or any other kind of substances that alter your mind or put you in a space that you don't have control over. The spirit teaches you. The spirit of that plant teaches you. Who is Mama Ayahuasca? She's the plant. Who are the little green elf men that come along when you go on a mushroom trip? It's the spirit of the mushrooms. Okay. So drugs used to be used, or medicinal plants or psychedelic plants used to be used until people started practicing meditation and other things and didn't practice that so much, like in India and yoga. And then the other thing is about shamanism is it's a community-based thing. If there was a child that was born into an indigenous tribe that had psychic abilities, could see things, hear things that weren't there, said they talked to spirits, had prophetic dreams, they would take that child to the medicine man of that tribe and be like, look, this kid obviously has got shit going on. We can't help it. And that shaman would take that little boy or that little girl and groom them from a very, very young age and would be raised learning the ethnic practices of that tribe, how to communicate with the spirits and ancestors of that tribe specifically, okay? Not in a general sense, and learn those traditional medicines. And when the old shaman died, the young shaman would take over as the tribal priest or medicine man. So you can't just become a shaman. I'm sorry. Shamanism, you can't go to a weekend workshop on shamanism and then leave and be like, I'm a shaman. They gave me the certificate that says so, okay? And also, if you're going to be a shaman, in the traditional sense, it means that you have to be able to connect with ancestral magic that was practiced in your tribes. And a lot of people have lost their indigenous practices, including Europeans, indigenous to Europe, because there were shamans in Europe. Of course, there were Celtic shamans, but a lot of those mysteries died after the advent of Christianity. So shamanism, though, today would be considered trance mediumship. And if you develop your psychic abilities, then you are working on your shamanic abilities. But being white, if you're white, please do not tell anybody you're a shaman, especially after taking my motherfucking workshop, okay? Because there's different ways to go about it without being offensive to people. They might not understand that shamanism and trance mediumship or psychic mediumship is the same abilities, but they don't have to. And you don't have to open yourself up to criticism for someone that wants to attack you. Call yourself a psychic. And last but not least, ancestor worship. You know, most people don't understand that most religions, I'm talking about Norse paganism, I'm talking about Hinduism, I'm talking about Ifa and Santeria and other traditions in Mexico, that ancestor worship is the foundation of the belief in gods and goddesses. That a lot of gods and goddesses in antiquity were considered progenitors, or they were like ancestors. Like Odin is considered the All-Father, but he's also considered to be an ancestor. And there were kings all over England that tried to prove their bloodline or ancestry that would link them back to Odin or Woden, that was going to legitimize their kingship or their rule, okay? So Odin is a perfect example of someone that people consider a god today, who is actually an ancestor. And if anybody has a question about that, I have YouTube videos to show you these things and this documented stuff about ancestor veneration. But ancestor worship is a very, very important part of my practice, and I want to talk about more about it in a bit. But ancestor veneration and ancestor worship has always been practiced, and everyone should honor their ancestors. So I would like to talk about that in a second, but now I'm going to open it up to question and answer, because I learned before, because Jennifer told me I talk too much, that I need to shut up and open it up for question and answer before I move on to the next thing. So does anybody have any questions for me? Not like, well, you know, don't tell me what somebody else's believes, but, you know, tell me if there's anything that you want to say. Now is the opportunity to do so. Or yell at me for saying something that you found offensive.
Hey, Ryan. So can you
Who's
hear me?
talking? Denise?
Oh,
Jenny?
hi. No, it's Jen. Oh,
Hey,
or both of us. I'm sorry, Denise. Oh, so Denise, so you can go first if you want to. I'm sorry.
I would have to say, when it comes to
Ryan, so can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. And we're gonna
When
let
it
Denise go first.
when it comes to spiritual communication, I'm very exhausted here. But when it comes to spirit communication, I would have to say it is something that, I mean, you don't take it lightly at all. And I have been involved with the paranormal for over 20 years professionally. And I made a mistake of going into a situation where I didn't show respect. I wouldn't say protected, because I'm usually always protected, but not showing the respect that I should have had. And I came home with something that, and I would honestly say, literally tried to kill me. And it lasted for over 5 years. And it took people from my grandmother's tribe to help me heal from this, and to send love to the entity that was on me in the spirit. And we don't cast them out or send them to a negative place. We send love to them so that they can move on. But it is serious. It is very serious. And I would tell people that be very careful. You have to be prepared and show respect. That's all I gotta say. I'm pretty exhausted. That's what we've
Word.
been doing since 6
That's-
o'clock this morning.
I didn't go to bed till 4 o'clock this morning, and I didn't know if I was going to wake up for you guys. So I'm pretty tired too. But yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. And at the very end of this particular workshop, for anyone who's still around, I want all of you to give your links, tell each other how you can communicate with one another. And Denise actually, when she says she's been involved in spiritism for a very long time, she's a great person to talk to about working with spirits and paranormal stuff. So Jen, what were you going to say, honey?
I'll try to keep this brief. After the reading that you did with me, it confirmed a bunch of things that I kind of knew were true, but just needed an outside source, someone who knew the way, so to speak. My, not really question, but as far as you said, everything you said so far, I've identified with and have understood about it's the neutrality. I can consider myself a Christian, but just as far as Jesus's message, the rest of it's all bullshit because I'm not a Christian. Like back to the roots stuff where like like, yo, you all fucked this shit up. you all got this wrong. Like Jesus wept because he was like, oh damn, this was for nothing. Kind of thing. My point is, as far as the dark and the light, the defensive. I am a defensive person. If anything I do, it is defensive. It's because someone's coming at me. But there's still a part of me. I don't want to say it's rude and Christian, like just turn your other cheek, but the line at which I guess I not guilt, but I still try to, how ripples flow, I still base my practice or my intentions or whatever my energy is going out into non-maliciousness, into like, even if it's defensive, to what can be for the greater good. Now, if someone was coming at me, I mean, as an all out like threat, like to me and mine, that's a different thing. But just in general, it's I guess it's the energy purge. Like what's, I guess this will be a different reading with you. So I'm sorry for wasting a lot of time, but, no, but for me, it's that line between what is like an addict, like an acceptable, like it's a threat versus it's like, how much do you take before it's enough?
Oh,
okay. Like that kind of just a general byline. As I said, this will be a separate like consult, like we'll meet up again. I meant not trying to take away from the meeting. So if it's a separate thing, just say Jen is separate. We'll do that later. Call me later, like, whatever. Fine. That's one thing.
I want to answer that.
Mm.
I want to answer you. Okay. And this is what I'm going to say to everybody. Okay. You remember at the very beginning, I told everybody, you can't judge how somebody else's practices magic. You cannot judge how somebody else's practice. And you can't judge what they believe either, because people believe what they believe and they can't believe anything else. Okay. Like as an example.
Oh, these are muggles. These are muggles.
Right. But
sorry.
I'm talking about for you. I'm talking about for you because you're the only person that matters, period. You're the only person that matters in any situation, period. And so that's why one of the things I was going to point out in this course is all of you must sit down with a piece of paper and actually really fucking decide what you actually believe and what your ethics are, what your morality is, and what your line is. Everyone is different. Some people have a short fuse. Some people can tolerate just about anything. Some people will approach with compassion. Like, one time I was talking to an espiritista and I said, if someone curses you, what do you do? And they said, you pray for them. Pray on behalf of the person who's cursing.
Can I interrupt you just for 1 second? And it's just to cut to the chase. I'm sorry. I'm not. Basically what it is I'm one of those people that will take it up until endurance and do as much as I can. I'm not weak. I know it. And it's at the core, but the power is there, that where it's the being able, being able to experience my fullness of that until I'm pushed to a limit where then what is inside me gets unleashed. It's more of a take. That's the thing. So, and as I said, that can be also for conference. I'm not trying to take away from all y'all. so continue. Just meant,
okay.
that was just one of my things. So just like, for you, just maybe have that in your mind. So I have my next session with you. That'll be a thing. But so
Cool.
far, wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody else have anything that they want to say?
I have a question.
Okay, who's asking me? Oh, Angel. What's
Angel,
up?
yeah. So I saw this video, and keep in mind this was on TikTok, so do with that what you will. But this girl was talking about like working with magic or like working with demons or spirits or whatever, and she was saying that like magic is kind of like can be like a form of chaos a little bit. And so she was saying that like if you have like a lot of chaos like in your life already, or like things aren't like sorted out in your life, and then you bring in this like magic would like maybe intensify some of that. So first of all, I don't know if that's true or not, that's why I'm asking the question. But second of all, like I feel like I've heard you talking before in some of your videos about just people that are like getting blackout drunk, or like I'm not doing any of that kind of stuff, but like just saying you do kind of almost want to have your personal life in some type of balance before adding this maybe more intense energies. Or I don't know, I just am curious like what your thoughts on like where does a person like need to be in their life, like what do you need to get in order before you start bringing in amplifying some of that perhaps.
Okay. So the first thing I'm going to say is if you're working with your guardian angel or your personal demon, and you're working with your spirit guides and your ancestors, and you're practicing witchcraft, physical witchcraft, there's absolutely nothing you should be worried about. Now, if you're a drug addict, or you're an alcoholic, or your life is a shitty mess, or you're in an abusive and toxic relationship that you can't get out of, and just a slew of other things that would make your life messy, magic is going to be more difficult. But magic, like the magic I'm talking about, can help you get out of that. Because magic, if it does nothing else, is it brings order to chaos. What do we do? Yes, the world is chaos. This is a huge chaotic mess. But when you're practicing magic, you're bringing order to that chaos. So magic, if you're doing it well, should be able to bring chaos under control, not create more chaos. If you start practicing magic and more chaos comes into your life, you are doing it wrong.
Okay.
In my opinion, okay? Because
Right.
magic should make you feel happy. It should make you feel good. It should make you feel protected. It should be empowering. And anything that doesn't empower you is negative.
Okay.
And the other thing is, when it comes to morality and ethics and where you should be in life, people don't understand that the grimoire magicians that conjured angels and conjured demons and performed all of this ritual and ceremonial magic, they had to be extremely pious people to do these things. Voodooisants that practice voodoo are very, very spiritual. And if you're a good mambo, you're also a good Catholic. So what I'm saying is, for the most part, in antiquity, not today, where everybody feels like they can do whatever they want, there was this idea that you had to be an upstanding moral person. You had to have a very strong moral compass of what is right and wrong. You had to be devoted to God. You had to be pious. And if you were not those things, the spiritual world will not respond to you. So it's like, where you're supposed to be in life is, back in the day, I'm talking about old magic. I'm not talking about magic today. In old magic, like, the spirit world responds to people who are pious. That's why they responded to Jesus. That's why they responded to other in biblical stories. If you read the Bible, spirits being commanded by apostles and disciples is because they were holy. It's because they were righteous. That's not just a Christian thing. That existed in Greek and Roman and Egyptian magic and Indian magic and African magic too. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That also like makes me think of just like what I read in one of the shaman books, that the shamanic journeying book that you recommended to me, where they were saying too, just having and one of the other members of this class just brought that up, just like a respect or like a reverence for working with spirits or ancestors. Like that's really important, not to have like an ego or just like act like you're just like telling them what to do or expecting like them to answer all your questions, like just to have this attitude of like I don't know, I guess that's important, to have kind of like the right attitude going into it, as well as like what you're expecting from them, or
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. I'm getting there.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject, so my apologies.
No, you're
The
fine.
spirit thing. If you're getting more into that later, then I will pause my question.
I'm
So,
going.
okay.
That's
Okay.
where I'm trying to get to.
Okay. Perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So
Ryan.
no problem. I got a lot of shit to cover, so you're gonna have a lot more questions. So Amber,
Okay.
what's up?
I'm wondering, hopefully I'm going to phrase this right, but when you talk about ancestral worship being the basis for the gods and goddesses, and we're talking about elemental spirits, or we're talking about familial ancestors, are we going to talk about ways to differentiate and verify
Yes.
where the things that we're interacting in kind of fit into that? Because I have a lot of experiences and ideas, but I don't feel like I have a really good grasp on
All
how
right.
to verify that's a familial spirit and that's a elemental spirit. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to go there. Let me go ahead and stop taking questions, and let me start dumping more information into the pot so that you guys can let me get back to it. So I think if I keep going, I'll answer some questions for you.
Keep talking.
Okay. So the first thing that I want to go back just for a second about the whole, you need to sit down and you need to determine and decide what your morals and ethics are. Okay. That's absolutely important. If you're by yourself, you're in because I do a lot of stuff by myself. I rarely practice magic with other people. I've done it with Mama Sunfire. I've done it with Witchfoot. I've done it with Grant and my coven, but I'm very, very particular about who I allow to practice magic with me. Okay. And just, if you decide that you're going to go to a ceremony and ritual, like you can't show up at a ceremony and ritual and then all of a sudden come into a crisis of conscience. You might go to a ceremony and everybody starts taking off their clothes and you're like, why is everybody getting naked? Or there might be some kind of sex magic that you want to perform with multiple people, like a group sex magic kind of ritual. Well, that's not in the middle of a ceremony is not the time to decide whether or not you do anal. Okay. I'm telling you stuff I can't say on TikTok. Okay.
I'm unmuted just like, okay. I got to unmute just to crackle at you. Okay. Sorry. Good shit.
Or how about this? Or if you show up and suddenly they pull out a goat or they pull out a chicken and they're getting ready to do a blood sacrifice to the demon or the god or whoever it is that, you showed up for. Like, this is not the time this is not the time to determine whether or not you feel comfortable or not comfortable sacrificing animals. Like, it's just not the time. So that's why you have to sit and you have to examine your feelings, and your feelings are what's important. You have to follow your gut. You have to follow your feeling. Don't go against your own feelings. Don't go against your own gut. Because I have learned, God damn it, if nothing else, that every time I go against my own intuition and every time I go against my own gut instinct in a situation, there's fuckery. That's it. It's fuck shit. Every single time I don't do what I feel is the right thing to do. If every single choice and decision you make is always a feeling that is always a choice that you feel is the right choice at the moment, you made the right choice. But when you go against that gut instinct and you ignore and you listen to somebody else, then you're always going to come into big problems, which is why magic and witchcraft and sorcery is not something you practice if you're weak-minded. If you've got a weak mind, you absolutely should not be practicing this stuff. This stuff is only for the strong. It's not for the weak. And that's why you see people snap back to Christianity. And like I said, I don't have a problem with Jesus. I love Jesus. But you'll see people who decide they're going to be witches, and then you see them snap back and they'll go back and they'll make TikToks about, I used to be a witch, but I went back to Christianity and here's why. And they then they have a laundry list of all the horrible things that happened to them when they started practicing magic. Yeah, you should have never been practicing magic in the first place. You should have kept going to church, because what you need is church. You don't need magic. You see what I'm saying? So do you know, I have given a reading to someone and I have told them, you need to go back to church. You need to go see a Catholic priest. You need to pray the rosary. You need to do a spiritual cleanse on your house and get an exorcism done. And then you need to pull yourself together. I've had to tell someone practicing magic they needed to go back to God and Jesus in that way. You know what I mean? Back to the church. You need to go back to Jesus. That's where you belong. You do not belong in the occult, you know? So I have literally told people that. And as far as baneful magic is concerned, I don't want to go into baneful magic because I actually don't do it. Most of everything I do is on the light side. I do not curse people or jinx people or hex people. I practice justice magic. I practice karma magic, and that's very different. Because when I go before the spiritual world and I pray and I talk to the ancestors or I talk to or I conjure spirits, I'm asking for justice. I'm asking for karma. I'm asking for a very swift kick in the ass to the person in order for them to get their life together. I'm not trying to kill somebody. I'm not trying to get them in a car accident or die in a fire. I'm not trying to get them to fall down and break their leg. That's just not my style, okay? My style is I want justice to be served, but however justice needs to be served, that is how I practice magic. And guess what? If that person is shitty and they're really, really shitty, and they got shitty karma that's building up and building it up and building it up, it'll be that much easier for them to fall flat on their face when you practice some kind of justice magic. So we're not going to go into that. Blah, blah, blah. I need to go back. Okay, everybody, let's go back for a second. Rewind. Let me go back to a couple of basic things that I want to point out to you. We need to do this first because this is preliminary work and I don't want you to miss this. All right, so witchcraft and sorcery and magic is an art and a science. Oh no, witchcraft and magic is an art and a science. It's an art because we use our imagination and we take plants and oils and candles and things and we put them together. When we make them aesthetically pleasing, we make them look pretty. If you are a priest in Sanse, you know, you dress altars, you put out saint statues, you put out food offerings. Everything should be artistic when you're practicing witchcraft and sorcery. It can be really ugly too, but Jennifer always talks about how her witchcraft is ugly but effective. Like, but your shit isn't ugly. Like, it actually is like really, really pretty. Whenever Witchfoot does something, I'm like, that looks really, really great. Like, why do you call it ugly? It's not ugly to me, but whatever. And it's a science because we use the scientific method when we practice magic. So let's talk about what the scientific method is in case you don't know and how that actually applies to witchcraft. There is a series of steps to collect information in order to answer a question or solve problems. That's the scientific method. I'm a huge fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I got this off of one of his workshops. How do you perform the scientific method? Well, the first thing is you need to identify a problem or ask a question. After you ask the question, you need to construct a hypothesis. What's really going on here? How can I find the answer to the question? How can I resolve the problem? Then you perform an experiment. Then you analyze the data. What is the result of the experiment that you performed? And then you reach a conclusion. If your hypothesis is supported, you perform another experiment. If your hypothesis is unsupported, well, you have to create a new hypothesis. And this is how scientists go into a lab and determine whether or not something is successful or unsuccessful or worth a path worth following or one that isn't going to lead to anywhere. A lot of witches are on a path that leads to nowhere, and they don't realize that, you know, if you do something and it's not working for you, then you need to change. But people will continue to do the same goddamn thing over and over and over and over again, and they'll never learn their lesson, and they'll never realize there's probably a better way to do it, okay? Or an easier way to do it. See, I'm all about working smarter, not harder. I like smarter, not harder, okay? There's an easy way to do things, and there's a tough way to do things. I would rather do them the easy way. Now, how does spell casting, the scientific method, apply to spell casting? Well, I'm gonna identify a reason to cast a spell. I'm going to construct my hypothesis and decide how I'm going to cast that spell. Then I'm going to do the spell and observe and analyze the results. And at that point in time, I will determine if I need to cast again. Boom. That is a very, very important thing to remember when it comes to working magic. Okay. And I was going to do a trick question for you guys, but I'm going to skip past the trick question because it'll just save time. The very first thing you do before you ever light a candle is you perform divination. Perform divination first before you do anything else. Let's say there's some witch bitch and you think that she's cursed you or hexed you. You don't have to get all upset. You don't have to get all freaked out. You don't have to run to your broom closet and start pulling out all of your best baneful or protective herbs. Read your tarot cards. Use your oracle cards. Go before the ancestor altar. Throw your dice, your playing cards, your chamalangos, your cowrie shells, whatever it is, your bones, whatever it is that you use to communicate with your spirits. Ask the spirit world first. Do an egg reading on yourself. Find out first whether or not there's something to be concerned about before you have a problem. Because if I walked around, being concerned about every single person that might hex me, oh my God, you know, I wouldn't be able to make it through my day. So that's why I'm saying, if you feel like there's some negative juju coming your way, don't do anything until you cast a spell. If somebody asks you to cast a spell for them, never cast a spell for someone without asking the spiritual world whether or not that's a good idea. Because I don't care what anybody says, once your shit gets mixed up with somebody else's shit, there is a karmic link. There is a karmic link that's created when you do magic on behalf of somebody else, okay? And any shit that goes down could potentially, acknowledge it, reverberate back on you. It can bounce back onto you. So you have to be really careful about whether or not you choose to do magic on behalf of somebody else, because you don't know. You really don't know what's going on. Okay. We're going to get into ancestors in a second. Let's talk about where spirits live real quick, because we need to start talking about spirits. And I think Amber disappeared on me, or maybe oh, there you are. Amber had asked a question about spirits and asked a question about identifying spirits, okay? And this is a really wonderful question. I'm glad that we're talking about it. For one thing, the first thing we need to do is establish where the spirits actually live. Where are these people? Are they figments of your imagination? Are they just in your mind? Like, what is a spirit? You have to decide for yourself what these things are if you're going to interact with them. And I'm going to tell you what I believe. And if you believe something different, then Chantal, I saw your hand come up, but just hold on for a second. Spirits live in space. They live all around us. They're all around us all the time. You come into contact with spirits all the time. And depending on the geographical location you go to, you're going to be dealing with spirits of place. That means spirits that are geographically bound to the area in which they live. So there are some spirits that don't travel past this certain river. There are some spirits that don't live outside of this tree. There are some spirits that don't come out of this particular cave. Spirits are geographically linked, okay? That's why it's kind of like iffy when you say you're calling on a particular deity, when that deity is literally responsible for one particular river in one part of Africa. Do you see what I'm saying? We got to be really specific about this, okay? Spirits live in space. They live all around us. And that's why spirits have the ability to materialize, and they have the ability to come into possession and mount people through spirit possession and trance. It's why you have hauntings, and it's why you have other apparitions, because spirits literally exist in space, just like incense exists in space. So I usually use this analogy. You might wake up in the morning and you might take a shower. After you take a shower, you go into your room and you spray cologne on yourself or your favorite perfume. You leave the house and you go to work smelling like your perfume. Now, 8 hours later, 10 hours later, you come back home, you walk back into your room. What is there? There's still a very faint scent of the aroma of your perfume in the room because your perfume fills the room. That's where spirits live. They are that close to the physical plane. They are that physically close. That's why in Palo Mayombe, in voodoo and other traditions, we actually create and consecrate ritual items for spirits to anchor themselves in, to live in. And I'm going to teach you today how you can create a magical item for your spirits to live in. In Palo Mayombe, after someone gets scratched in the tradition, if that's a path for you to go down, we get something called a spiritual pot. And that spiritual pot is a consecrated item that pulls on your spirits, your ancestors, and your dead, and it gives them a physical, geographical place to live in. And that is the place that you work with them. Because even though they're spirits and they can travel anywhere they want, we give them places to anchor themselves in. In ancestor veneration, why do you create an ancestor altar? That ancestor altar acts as a beacon. It acts as a grounding place for your spirits to come down. That's why you talk to your ancestors at your ancestor altar, because that's where they live. That's where you call them. That's where they come down or come up, or however you want to look at it. So when you're practicing magic, specifically when you're working with spirits, there's things you need: liquor, tobacco smoke, or incense. And when you use incense and you call spirits, I mean a lot of incense. Fumigate the place, make it full. You put out water for them. You put out other consecrated items. You put cologne on yourself. You bathe yourself. You make yourself really clean, because believe it or not, cleanliness is important to spirits. Highly elevated spirits will not come down on a dirty body. That's why, so very highly elevated spiritual spirits are not going to come around in a dirty room. They're not going to come around if you don't make it smell sweet, because they love sweet smelling things. That's why we put out fresh fruit for them. That's why we put out fresh flowers for them. There is a physical component to spiritism, a physical component to spiritism, because the spirits actually exist in space and they have the ability to physically manifest themselves, but they have to have the environment to manifest themselves. Because what I've been explained, how it's been explained to me, is that it's so difficult for a spirit in the spirit world to be able to communicate in the physical plane. It's literally like trying to talk underwater. When you're a kid, when you're in the pool with a friend, you might have said, "Hey, let's go under the water," and you go under the water and you try to scream. Have you ever tried that before? Trying to yell or scream underwater? You know how you hear, you don't really hear a clear sound? That is what it's like when spirits are trying to communicate with us. It's that thick of a wall in order for them to communicate with us, which is why you probably feel like you can't feel them, or you can't see them, or you might not know if they're around or not. I need you to have faith, and I need you to believe that when you call on your spirits, they're there, whether you can see them, whether you can hear them, and sometimes even whether or not you can feel them. But most of the time, people, when they start praying and talking to the ancestor spirits and their spirit guides, what they'll feel is a feeling of calm. They'll feel a feeling of peace. They'll feel a feeling of connectivity, grounded, a presence. And maybe even if you're a psychic medium, you might even get maybe some kind of like little visual cues, like a mist or a sparkle or some other kind of visual or audio thing. But in my tradition, the spirit is immortal. We are immortal beings. We live and die and reincarnate many, many times. And who you really are, the essence of who you really are, is pure consciousness. And in Hinduism, which is the teaching, is that the pure consciousness has something called koshas, or layers. So you have pure consciousness, but on top of that pure consciousness comes an energy body, and then comes a psychic body, and then comes a mental body, and then comes a physical body. So the core of who we are is consciousness, but all of this is just layers of matter that get compiled on top of consciousness in order to make me who I am, where spirits don't have anything physical about them. They're only conscious. Does that make sense? So given that we're dealing with conscious entities, very important point, there's only 3 kinds of spirits. Ready for this one? This is important. There's only 3 kinds of spirits. Spirits that are helpful, spirits that are ambivalent and don't give a fuck, and spirits that are harmful. And those are the only 3 kinds of spirits that you're going to come into contact with. The spirits that would be helpful would be God or spirits emanating from God, which can also be universal forces and principles, although those are dangerous, obviously, because they're indiscriminating in their behavior. Than ancestors, because nobody has a more vested interest in seeing you succeed in life than your ancestors. And your spirit guides, those spirits of the dead that are around you, that have been around you. They were the people that you used to talk to when you were a kid, when you were playing. They were your imaginary friends, those entities that you could see when you were really, really young. And as you get older, you know, you're told to stop talking to them because you're imagining things. There's 2 ways that the world tries to gaslight witches and people that practice magic from practicing magic. The 2 ways society tries to gaslight us is, first, they say, that's evil, that's from Satan, that's from the devil, it's wicked. If you open yourself up to any of that stuff, you know, everyone's going to die, bad things are going to happen to you. So they scare you. The scare tactic is how people use gaslighting techniques. The second one is they say, oh, that's just your imagination. No, none of that stuff really exists. That's just Harry Potter. You know, you just think what you're doing is talking to spirits. Wrong. Wrong and wrong. There are both positive and negative, good and bad intentioned spirits in the universe. They interact with us all the time, and they are conscious beings. They have their own consciousness. They have their own likes, their dislikes. They have what they want, what they don't want, and how they behave under certain circumstances. And I'll use a perfect example of the grimoire magic tradition, the Solomonic magic that conjures angels and demons, and voodoo. When a voodooizan comes into possession and a loa comes down to mount their horse or their devotee, you'll find that that particular spirit or the nature of that spirit always comes down and always behaves the same way. When an ogu comes down, ogu always comes down the same way. When Anaisa comes down, she comes down in the same way. And mambos and hungans and priests and voodoo, the reason why they're priests is because not only do they have the understanding of the traditional songs that are sung and the traditional dances that are danced, but they're able to look at someone who comes into possession and know which loa has come down and what things that loa needs. That's what being a mambo or a hungan is. It means that when you see a particular spirit come down, you tell your assistants, go get that bottle of rum, go get that machete, go get that fula, or that, you know, whatever particular color silk scarf is put around the neck of the possessed person. And so being a good priest in that tradition means that you actually have an understanding of who the spirits are and what they are and who they are when they come down. Okay. And they will always come down and they'll always behave in the same way because it's the nature of that spirit to behave in that way. There are some spirits in voodoo that are snakes. They're simbis, or in yoga, they call them nagas. And when somebody gets possessed by a simbi, they literally hit the ground and they slither around on the ground like a snake. And if you're a Christian person and you saw somebody fall on the ground and start hissing and slithering around on the floor, you would say that person's possessed of a demon. But not in my tradition. That means a serpent spirit has come down. And that's a very, very, whenever someone's mounted or possessed by spirit in my tradition, it's an honor to be used as a vessel by the loa in order to manifest themselves. On the other hand, in the grimoire tradition, that's why there's hierarchies of angels and hierarchies of demons, that you know that when you call on this particular demon, it has the ability to provide this kind of thing. This person brings you wealth. This person brings you a partner. This person can help you hex or curse somebody. So the reason why these these categorizations of spirits are in these traditions is because people have been practicing it for a long time. And because they've been practicing and calling on these spirits for a long time, those spirits know when they're being called. That's why protocol is absolutely important. If you're going to work voodoo, which you shouldn't unless you're guided or initiated, just saying. Of course, you can do whatever you want. I don't suggest it. Not with those spirits. Or you're doing the grimoire tradition, trying to conjure demons and angels, you have to realize that there's a protocol for being able to do that. There is an environment that needs to be created and protocols that have to be performed in order to have them come down safely or conjure things in a protected way. Does that make sense? So there's a lot of people today that want shortcuts. They don't want to do the work. They don't want to be abstinent, don't masturbate or have sex for a month before conjuring a particular spirit. Okay. Or they don't want to do the proper cleanliness, or they don't want to do the mantras, or they don't want to pray the rosary, or they don't want to make the phylactery, okay, or the symbols, or they don't want to have to go through drawing God names on the ground, or using all of the things, you know, having the consecrated sword, or crucifixes blessed by Catholic priest. They don't want to go through all of that. They just want to call a demon right now. I'm just going to open myself and I'll call on a demon. And I don't mean someone like Lucifer. I mean like any kind of goetic demon. It's a really bad idea to not follow the protocols that have been set out in manuals that have been practiced for thousands of years and hundreds of years, telling you how is the proper way to call and work with a particular spirit. I'm going to open it up to questions and answers because I just said a lot of shit, and I'm sure that you guys wrote stuff down, and now I need to regroup myself to make sure that I'm not going off course. But that's spirits. I'm going to talk about ancestors. I didn't get to ancestors because ancestors are like a whole thing. Ancestors are different from any other spirit that you deal with because ancestor spirits are family spirits, and you don't deal with your family the same way you deal with people on the street. You don't talk to your partner the same way you talk to your children, or maybe you do. You don't talk to your mother the same way you talk to your father. So ancestor work and ancestor worship and veneration and working with those spirits is different from calling a god or a goddess or an orisha or an angel or a demon or some other thing, even a fairy or an elemental spirit. Family spirits are in a completely different category than all other spirits you might come into contact with. Questions, comments, objections? I'm trying to stay on point here so that my workshop isn't 8 hours long.
Let me know. I'm not on video, so I can't raise my hand. Or if someone's before me, then take them.
No. Ask your question.
As far as the spirits go, for me, there's a train. Sorry. Okay. For me, my question is this. Spirit work is something that I know I'm meant to get into. I've always known that. It's kind of scary if you don't know, if you feel them. The ancestor spirits, I don't have so much of a problem because they're not scary. It's like going to places like certain cemeteries. Penhurst, there was a Penhurst attraction. There was a state asylum that they turned into a Halloween attraction, which is absolutely egregious. I was there. I went with my cousin. It terrified me, both because of being an empath and feeling everyone else's like fear, but more so because of the draw. I have to go back there. I'm needed there. The light, the work, the love, however why everyone has their special gifts, whatever, fine. This is all new to me, but my point is I know I have to go back there, and it's a matter of getting to a point of being able to invite them in without being terrified. I understand the whole respect and the fear and the quality of like knowing what you're doing before you're like not just calling things. It's a matter of being able to adequately sense them. Like at my own home, which burnt down, I'm not gonna where the boundary I set around my fence, there was nothing ever got in. But certain times, like from now, when the veil is so thin, I could feel them pressing. And not many of them were very malevolent. It wasn't like they were, but it's like almost I could feel like a line forming at the, they never would enter the gate. But at the same time, there's this pressing, things need to be heard, things need to be felt, to be acknowledged. and they would never intrude upon me, but at the same time, it would break my heart. But I'm just the fear of like, if I open this gate without having the training or the practice, what will that entail? So I'm not trying to make too much of an open-ended question. As I said, I won't consult with you privately, but just in general, like, how do you, is there,
Okay, stop.
not simple.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay,
go ahead.
stop.
Sure.
Let me speak and
Yes,
tell you
go
what I think that you're saying and try to explain, because I don't know if I'm on the same page as you. So let me say some stuff. And if I'm not interpreting this properly, maybe somebody else can help interpret what
Okay.
Jen is saying to make sure that I'm on point.
Mhm.
So you're an espiritista, a spiritist or a spiritualist, okay? And most everybody in this room is drawn to spiritism, or else you wouldn't be here with me right now. Okay, spiritualism and spiritism is important to you guys. In spiritism and spiritualism, it's kind of like, it's almost like being a death doula or a death witch or whatever those people are, whatever, they're spiritualist. It's the same thing. People come up with different names for it. It's always the same thing. Spiritualists are people who work with ancestor spirits, they work with spirit guides, and they do work to elevate the dead. That could be dead that are disturbed, that can be dead that are lonely, that can be dead that need forgiveness. There's a whole laundry list of spirits that will come around to someone who's a psychic medium or a spiritualist looking for help. Why? Because you can see them, you can hear them, you can feel them, you can perceive them or know that they're there, or they can give you visual pictures in your head or something. Okay, so a spiritualist or a spiritist person is someone who has the ability to communicate with spirits, non-embodied entities, consciousness. So if you don't feel threatened by the spirits that are around you, there's nothing wrong with them being around you. Like I'm like target for the spiritual world. Okay, like there's a revolving door on my spiritualist center where people come in and out all the time. Now, what we do in the spiritualist tradition is, if we come into contact with spirits that need elevation, we call it elevation, we say prayers for them. We do little things for them to try to help them become more spiritual so that they can evolve. And so the spirit can transition into their next life. It's all about reincarnation. Because if a spirit gets trapped between the here and the hereafter, what happens is a lot of spirits that get earthbound for whatever reason, they might be confused, like the sixth sense, or they might have done a lot of bad things in life that the spirit feels guilty about and needs someone to say prayers on its behalf because it's not speaking on its own. I have literally seen a spirit of the dead crawling on the ground, okay, because it was so desperate and so tired and in so much pain and suffering. And that's what we call hell. That it needed someone to say prayers for it in order to literally get it off the ground and call down angels to remove it and try to move it towards its next lifetime. We try to get that spirit to understand they need to move towards the light so that they're able to continue the process of spiritual evolution by moving towards their future rebirth. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Last thing, as I said, just tell me to, just be a personal thing. Just be like, Jen, get it for next time. But actually, I think, and I saw where you're moving with this, and that was correct. But I guess after hearing you speak, what I really mean is, my biggest fear is not the malevolent, because I can feel that the dangers that to push away. It's the, how do I, if you already feel so much, if you the pains, the agonies of just everyone, how do you not do that without losing yourself and without drowning in their agonies, in their anguish?
Okay.
That's the biggest
Who
point.
was talking? Who else was talking?
It was Jess.
Okay, Jess, go ahead. Talk. You answer
Are you
first.
Jen, are you also like afraid of bringing something home with you?
No, I bring stuff. No, it was a matter of feeling everyone's pain. Like I'm a natural patcher, just
Okay, feeling holes. Like all that overwhelming.
Well, yeah, the overwhelming is like, if I let in 1, 2, will it be like their agony just crushes me, and I just get. Do you mean like and I might be able to help them pass, but then I'm left with how much can I? endure. And part of that is my own self, care, my own self shielding. My part of that's a big part of it, which I'll work with, more on that kind of thing, and work on my own with. But just generally, if I go to open that gate, like 1 or 2, like, is there just a simple practice or something, just a general guideline? That's
Do
what I'm
you
looking for.
veil yourself? Do
Do I
you
what?
wear a veil?
An actual,
Like something over your head?
Like, what do you mean by veil myself?
A veil. Like wear something
She
over
doesn't
your head.
understand what that means.
Okay. That
Like this
No.
probably
veil,
helps.
like literally you put
Oh,
something
okay.
on your head when you're doing spiritual work.
Okay. And that's what I'm asking for. So thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Like simple, little
Well, hold on.
things like that.
Let me.
just-
So here's the thing, and I don't want to. I want to put this out there, and I want to be very clear, which is,
And then we can until later. I'm not,
yeah, okay, but I'm going to try to answer that for you, which is,
Oh,
there
okay.
are people that should be working with spirits and people that should not be working with spirits. And the spiritual world will eat you alive, and it can be consuming, and it can send you down paths by where you're feeling emotional discomfort or sadness or pain that you're feeling from spirits around you. And if you're experiencing those kinds of like detrimental, really, really negative effects, you might just be afraid of feeling those effects. But if you're feeling those effects, it means that you got to send the spirits packing. It means that you should not be working with spirits. Spiritism is very specific because you are working in harmony with or for or serving for a particular entity. So like for my Loa, the Loa that I work with, I serve them by giving them their things, attending to their shrines, taking care of their needs, singing their songs, doing their dances, and making my petitions, and having a lifestyle that interacts between me and the divine. That's my association with my Loa. My spirit guides are people that help me when I practice divination. And then if there's a spirit that comes around that needs elevation, then what I'll do is I'll do particular ritual ceremony that is going to help encourage that spirit to elevate and move on. But these are practices that all of these things are learned. They're specific techniques. So what we need to do is we probably need to sit down, and I could go over like.
And so as I said,
we could talk about this at more in depth.
Exactly.
And I could get more at
these
the
are all
core.
like generalities. Yeah, these are all generalities. I wasn't trying to hold
Right.
class or anything. It was a general.
But the thing is that like you should. Here's the only big thing. The big thing is that you shouldn't feel afraid. You shouldn't feel fear. Like when you're, if you come into contact with a spirit, even if the spirit is not elevated, okay? Because matter of fact, most of the spirits that people come into contact with are earthbound spirits. Most of the spirits that people come into contact with are not elevated spirits.
It's not fear of them, it's fear of myself, fear of what I can handle, like fear of my own agony.
Okay, well, so then, so the
That's
work that needs to be done is on you. You're
Yes.
the person that needs to be doing
Yes.
work. And I'm going to tell you the first thing, I'm going to totally, this is what I'm going to say before anything else. The power of prayer can move mountains.
Mhm.
Praying, okay?
Understood.
Praying the rosary or saying the prayers out of the book of selected prayers by Allan Kardec, that talks about calling your spirit guides, your ancestors, your personal angels, and creating a very strong psychic boundary around you and pulling a lot of positive forces towards you by keeping your house clean and putting out things that they can attach themselves to is going to reinforce the positive energy around you. And you're going to create an environment that is safe. And if something that is foreign comes into that environment, you will recognize it, you will feel it, because most of us are empaths. Most of us can feel spirit, okay, or feel energies of spirits and even take on the emotions of spirits that we come into contact with. But in general, for like literally 95% of your life, you should be fine. Like you should wake up every morning, go about your life. You shouldn't be worried and you shouldn't be having any kind of ups and downs emotionally. That's why it's also important, and I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying it's important that everyone who decides they want to be in the occult and witchcraft and spiritism get a mental health check. Ask people around you, do you think that I'm healthy? Do you think that I have a lot of anxiety in general? Do you think I'm wound up? Do I come across as being depressed or manic? And if someone says to you, you know, you kind of act unbalanced sometimes, maybe you want to see a psychiatrist or a therapist and find out whether or not you do have some kind of chemical imbalance, because mental health is something that we need to talk about, because it's very, very easy when you're working in the spiritual world to lose a grasp, lose a grip on what is real and what is not real, or what is reality and what can be kind of like a psychotic break. And I see a lot of people that get involved in magic that have psychotic breaks.
And this is just my one thing. A lot of my either anxiety or pent upness, and I've been evaluated. I mean, I'm not. There's nothing psychologically wrong with me. I've been through some trauma, as you know. But my point is, besides that, the biggest part of it is the churning. Is my coming into these gifts, and that's, I know what my path is. Like, I know where I'm going to be guided, and just leaning to people like you to help me guide, you know, meet with you privately and all that stuff to get through it. So you've answered my question. Well, I'll schedule more things with you. But yeah, I just meant, I mean, I'm not going to go out tonight and wear a veil and be like, oh, let's go, you know, invite people in. I'm just generally talking to you guys. It's like I do things 1 foot at a time. I'm not jumping into anything, but I know where I'm supposed to be, where I'm supposed to be headed. And this is part of the start of it. So thank you. And thank you for answering my question. And thank you.
Okay, good.
Denise, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but thank you to the girl that talked to me.
So, all right, so I want to point
continue.
something out to everybody. This is now let me add something else, okay? The other thing is the spiritual world cannot push you around. Do not allow a spirit to come around and push you around. If you're going to practice spiritism and spiritualism, you have to have control over you. You have to have control over your own body. You have to have control over your own space. And even people that work with very powerful spirits like me will be like, yo, I need a break from you. Like, we need to take a step back. I need time to process everything that's gone on. Please, let's just leave things alone. Like, you have to be very verbal. You have to express verbally to those entities that are around you what it is that you need mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Because spirits forget what it's like to be a person. Spirits forget what it's like to be embodied. They don't have time and space. They're not bound by time and space. We experience what we do because we're bound by time and space. My physical body can only be in one place at one time. That's just a fucking law when it comes to living in a world of duality. For those people that they don't sleep, as you wake up in the middle of the night and a spirit of the dead might be on top of you and you're like, fuck, man, I'm trying to sleep. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if you've ever been woke up in the middle of the night by things banging around or some kind of stuff. And it's like, yo, I'm sleeping, leave. And that's what will happen. If you say, like, I'm
trying to find the path where I can remind them.
You just need to talk.
Yeah, no, exactly. I
just tell them everything. Tell your spirits and ancestors everything.
Tell them to fuck off.
Tell them to fuck off. Yes.
No, and they're tend to be gentle, but I'm just like, I can't deal with it. I'm just tired. I love you, but I gotta go.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And
That's
they're
it.
usually, and they're usually pretty cool about it. So, but thank you for it. As I said, I was trying to take away from the class. So thank you. Good.
Yeah, and the thing is if you tell a spirit, you know, do not talk to me between the hours of 11 p.m. and 11 a.m. That is not your time. Your time, that's the time that I sleep, and that's the time you go live in that pot. They have to respect you, and if they don't, then you tell them they have to get the fuck out of here. Like, I have woke up in the middle of the night. I've been sleeping. Some kind of shit went down, and I have woke up and been like, get the fuck out of my room. And you know, and then like pass out and go back to sleep. But I mean, that shit happens when you're a spiritist or a spiritualist. You're experiencing a different world than people who are not psychic.
2:30 to like 3:30 is like, dude, you guys gotta leave me alone. 2:30 is like, yeah, okay, it's all good.
So
though.
anyway, I hope that answered. Does
No,
anybody
no.
else have something to say or question or something before I move on? Holly?
Sorry, but it kind of goes along the lines of what she was saying in that I've seen full body apparitions, I've heard footsteps, I've all those things, but I have put such what I feel like is a block. Like, I know you're there, I feel you, I hear you, I smell you, but I don't want to see you because I've watched way too many horror movies since I was 5 years old. And so it's like, I feel like I put up this block and I've been praying about it. I've been trying to talk to them and I've been trying to do all the things to say, okay, you know, I have no reason to be scared of my dad. I have no reason to be scared of my grandparents. So if you want to show yourselves, let's do this. But I still feel like there's that fear there that I can't shake, because they're like, yeah, you say that, but as soon as we pop up, you're going to be like screaming running down the road. So I don't know what to do to fix that.
You got to nut up, baby. You got to be there for it. I woke up one morning and I was like, so here's the thing about me. Like, I was born and raised in a very crazy conservative Christian cult, and anything that had anything to do with magic, anything that had anything to do with witchcraft, sorcery, crystals. If you wear a crystal around your neck, you're going to bring demons into the home. You know, everything is satanic. This is all bad, evil, wicked. Voodoo is bad, evil, wicked. Like I grew up in like a Christian household that literally was constantly warning against anything that had to do with spiritism. And here I am over here, a scratched palero. You could not get any farther from the way I was raised to where I am right now. But I had to wake up one morning because I really had this desire to know. Like, what drives me is my desire to know. I want to know. I want to see it. I want the proof. I don't want to just be told about it. I want to feel it. I want to see it. I want it in my fucking face. I want to know whether or not something is real. And if you have decided that you've stepped on the path that you really want to know, it means that you really want to know that you're going to see whatever you see. And you have to be here for it. You have to be present for it. You have to be living in the moment. And you have to realize that at any point in time, anything can happen and you have to be prepared for it. It's almost like being in a controlled state of hypervigilance. I could walk around the corner and there could be a spirit standing there. Or I could be doing something else and I feel like I could fall into trance. Like, you have to you either are there for it and you're there for it 100%, or you shouldn't do it. You either have to be prepared for whatever the hell is going to happen, or you shouldn't do it. And you just, the way I did it was I would do something and then I'd be afraid. And then I'd do something and then I'd pull away. And I do a little bit more and then something phenomenal would happen. I'd be like, oh shit, fuck, I've fucked up, you know, and you go back and forth, you know, testing your waters with what is safe and what is not safe. And then one morning you wake up and you realize, I'm a badass. I'm just, whatever happens, happens. I'm going for it. Whatever I see, I see. Because guess what? They're there whether you see them or not. So whether you see them or whether you don't see them is not consequential, because they're already there. And I know that I have spirits that are around me that are ugly. I know that I have spirits around me that are dark. I know I have spirits around me that might not be elevated. I know that I have spirits around me that are not, you know, all love and light. You know, probably most of my spirits are not love and light. Okay. And most people would think the kind of entities I work with would be evil. It's because they don't understand what I practice, or like what Jennifer practices. But what I'm saying is that you're either here for it or you're not. And you're going to get to a point, Holly, where you're like, I'm sick of being afraid. I'm not going to be afraid. Jen, you're going to get to a point like, I'm sick of being afraid. I'm not going to be afraid. Fuck it. I have to go for this 100% or I'm not going to do it. You know?
I'm there. I want to so bad. Like, I want to not be scared.
But you know what?
Like, I want to do this.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing. The thing is that fear keeps you alive. Fear says, I don't think I should go swimming in a lake by myself when I don't have anybody around because I might drown, or I shouldn't play with these kinds of explosive materials because I might blow up my house. Like, fear is a good thing. Fear is an internal compass that lets you know whether or not you're doing something you should or shouldn't be doing. Some fear is irrational. Some fears are irrational. So your grandmother loved you. You had a good relationship with your grandmother. She died. 20 years later, you start practicing witchcraft and she shows up communicating with you. And you're like, my grandmother came back. Well, you can't be afraid of your grandmother. She's your grandmother. So there's like irrational fears that we have that have to be overcome, but fear is good. Fear keeps you alive. It's so funny because I was always afraid of spiritism, but I went to my first Haitian voodoo ceremony fete where the Loa were called. And I'm standing here and I'm watching all of these dancers wearing white, performing their ceremony and singing their traditional songs, and they're getting possessed and falling out all over the place. This person's falling out, that person's falling out. They're becoming mounted by spirit, spirit possession. And I think growing up, the thing I was afraid of the most was spirit possession, because they tell you, think of The Exorcist. Whenever you say someone becomes possessed or mounted by spirit, you start thinking about, horror movies. But these people, they'd be singing and dancing, and then they would lose control of their body, and the spirit would come down and they would fall out, and they would act in a manner that they were embodied the Loa, and then the Loa would leave, and the person would come to, and they'd sit down and take a drink of water, and then they'd get up and start dancing again and singing again, and they'd fall out again. And like the same mambo that was running the ceremony probably got possessed 20 times during an 8-hour period. Because when Haitians do a fete, it starts like at 11 o'clock at night and will go to like 11 o'clock the next morning. It is an all night thing. It goes and it goes and it goes, and they will dance and they will sing until literally people pass out and fall asleep, and there's no one else to sing songs, and there's no one else to beat on a drum. But while I was standing there in the middle of this ceremony, I was like, I have never felt more comfortable before in my life. Like I feel safe. I feel safe here. Like I'm good. Like I'm okay. No one's harming me, When I became a palero and when I got initiated in Palo Mayombe, everybody's afraid of Palo. Everybody's afraid of Palo. It's one of supposedly one of the most feared forms of witchcraft. Because you sleep with the dead. I'm not telling you anything that you can't read in a book, but part of the ceremony is they take you into the room with the pots and they lock you in the room. And once they lock you in, you're not coming out, and you're there from when they put you to bed at 11 o'clock at night until the next morning when they open up the door, And when you're in that situation, you're bonding with the spirits of that house. You're bonding with the spirits of the dead and also your own ancestors and your egun. And you go through physical changes, physiological changes, you go through mental changes, you go through psychological changes. They talk to you, It didn't bother me at all. And I'm like, why do I feel so comfortable in this space? What is it about this space that I feel like so okay with? It's weird. It's like most people go running, they see the pots and they want to run in the opposite direction because they know what's in there. And I'm like, hi. It's weird. So you just need to take your time, and you need to find your place and your safe space, and you need to know what spirits are with you and not with you. And that's why going to a priest, like in the traditions that I practice, is important, because they will connect you with you. They will bond you with those particular spirits so that you can work with them, and there is no fear, and there is reciprocity. I know that the spirits that I was bonded to in Palo Mayombe, they're with me. They will always be with me. They can never not be with me because we are literally physically bound to one another. Okay. So all I can say is don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. What you need to pay attention to
is what you said. Nut up. I need to nut up.
Nut up. Pay attention to yourself. Worry about yourself and your spiritual and your prayer and your meditation and your practices, and pay attention to having a very strong sense of self, and know that at the end of the day, no one can tell you what to do, not even a spirit. Okay. Because they can't kill you. They can't kill you. That's not possible, because you won't die until it's your time to die. Just like people are, I'm afraid of leaving my body. I'm afraid of astrally traveling. Well, no, there's a cord that bounds you to your astral body. And eventually that astral body is going to snap back into the physical body, regardless of whether you want to or not. As long as the physical body is still functioning, your spirit or your peri-spirit will always snap back to your body. So that's why you shouldn't be afraid of going on a journey. You might come into contact with dangerous entities in the astral plane, but you're always going to snap back to your body at the end of the day. All right, I want to keep going here. Anybody? Chantal, you had your hand up earlier. Was that?
Yeah, that was me.
What's up?
I was wondering if you were going to talk about the serpent path today.
Oh, are you talking about the sex path?
No. I've heard you talk about like the snake path and
Oh,
like how it's demonized now, and I kind of heard you going that way. So I thought you were gonna get into it more.
so you mean you're talking about spirit possession and with the serpents and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me talk about it then. But let's talk about the serpent path. I work with a lot of serpent spirits, and serpent spirits are very common in nature, and they're also common in the spiritual world, but not everybody works with them, and not everybody understands or appreciates or respects them. Since time immemorial, a lot of creator spirits, primordial spirits, were considered serpents or dragons or snakes. There's a lot of spirits in nature that have a snake-like shape or a snake-like form, which is why they're considered snakes. In Hinduism, in African traditional religions, you'll find a lot of similarities between Hinduism and African traditional religions because they're both old. Okay, they have no founder. They've been practiced for 10,000 years, 20,000 years the same way. And in Hinduism, there are serpent spirits that are creator spirits that work or they're devotees of Lord Shiva or Lord Vishnu. There are serpent deities, and the serpent deity that is my serpent deity is Dambala, or Papa Dambala in Voodoo in Benin in Africa. His name is Dan. He is the first child born of Mawu Lisa, the divine twins, the sun and the moon. He's a creator spirit. And that's particularly the spirit that I petition when I'm petitioning a serpent spirit. But the serpent spirits have a very strong connection between the living and the dead. They're liminal, right? They travel back and forth between the realm of the ancestors and the realm of the living. Sometimes they're considered to be messenger spirits. But the serpent spirits, you can connect and you can bond with them. And when they connect and bond with you, they create kind of like a psychic connection to you. Because they're not human and they've never been human and they never will be human, they don't talk like people. And when someone comes into possession by a serpent spirit, usually they'll fall to the ground and they'll slither around on the floor like a snake, and they'll even make hissing noises when they are possessed of spirit. But the serpent energy is liminal, and it governs over that realm between life and death. That means sex and death. So the two places where the serpent spirits are the most potent is during sexual practices and during death rites, because that's where they live. They live at the creation of life and at the end of life, the beginning of life and at the end of life. Sex magic and sex, that's why when you said the serpent path, I'm like, sex magic? Because the serpent path also has to do with the Kundalini. It has to do with the opening up of the chakras and the energy center that resides at the base of the spiritual spine. Kundalini energy is considered to be a serpent that rises in the body. It's a serpent energy that rises in the body. It's primordial. It's a primordial force. And we're talking about metaphorical language here. I want to be very clear. If you cut open your body, you're not going to find a chakra there. Okay, it's a concept. It's a spiritual concept. That concept of Kundalini rising in the body is a spiritual concept. Okay. Now, if you're really into it, you can feel, if you're really, really deeply connected to your body, you will feel the physiological effects of Kundalini rising in the body. There are specific meditations and things you can do in order to call the serpent spirits. Masturbation is a great way if you do ceremonial ritual where you're going to get funky with yourself and you're going to call in spirits like that. Now, see, so now I'm telling you about stuff that I can't talk about on TikTok. I really don't want to talk about on YouTube. And literally people don't need to be doing this who don't know what they're doing. Like, you're talking about being afraid of opening yourself up to communicating with spirits of the dead that are coming around. I'm talking about coming into full possession. I'm talking about opening myself up when I'm in the middle of sexual intercourse in order to pull on these spirit entities in order to gain strength and power from them. I actually gain empowerments and I gain strength And I actually pull a lot of my source energy through a lot of sex practices that I don't talk about, where I actually have spirits that I work with that are in control of creative powers that deal with those energies. Then going down to the cemetery, going down to the graveyard in a respectful way and building a relationship with the cemetery spirits and the spirits of the dead and the spirits of the dead that live around you is another way of connecting to that serpent energy. But sex and death is primarily where you work with those particular spirits because they are creators. They are the spirits that God used to create the universe. Does that make sense? Or did I just go off on a tangent?
No, that totally makes sense.
Yeah. So a lot of the spirits in traditional religions are, there's a lot of spirits that are serpents. The 21, she's a serpent. Zambaya, okay, is usually personified as a serpent. Dan and Dambala is personified as a serpent. And I'd say that the serpent spirits communicate more telepathically with you, where you just kind of like know that they're there. You just feel their presence, or you feel their guidance as you're doing a spiritual working, almost as if a snake is moving around your body. Like if I put my hand out like that and a snake came onto my hand and started wrapping itself around my body and around me, creating like a cloak or a shield or a protection. That's the kind of feeling I have when I'm working with serpent spirits, because they are liminal, they are energetic, they're highly energetic, they got a lot of power in them, and they literally just kind of like, they will come around and you'll just, I don't even know if I can explain what I feel. That's kind of like what I feel.
Protection.
It is protection, and they're very, very protective. They're not, the serpent spirits aren't something to be afraid of. You know, once again, God, I have to say this. A lot of the Semitic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam have demonized the serpent spirits. You know, they personify the devil as being a dragon or as being a serpent. So Christianity is actually an inversion of the religion that our people practiced for a long time before it ever showed up. So like most Christian doctrine completely goes against natural human development. Masturbation is a wonderful way not only to give yourself pleasure, but to learn about your genitals and know how they work before you start having sex. So you know what you like in your body, and you can teach somebody else what your body likes. Even when you're young, like even children masturbate, and young people, prepubescent, masturbate, you know, and that's normal, that's natural, that's just something. God would not have actually given us arms that reach our groin if we weren't supposed to masturbate. They would like stop at the waist. That's how I feel. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that's a natural part of life, but you know, that's demonized, that's bad, that's wicked. You touch yourself, that's dirty. Or you're going to go to hell for doing it, you know. And sex, you know, you only have to do it with the one person, and it has to be done a very particular way, or else it's bad, it's evil. Like just everything in Christianity is a perversion to it's Christianity. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Christianity is incompatible for human life. It has absolutely nothing to do with the natural world. It is completely disassociated and trains people to be disassociated from their bodies and disassociated from creation. So that's why when I say, if you're going to come to witchcraft and magic and sorcery, you got to get rid of all that colonized worldview, because these spirits, they don't function that way. They're like, Christianity, what? You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, okay, yeah, I know what that is. But that's not what you're practicing when you're dealing with these practices. So, you know, I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent, but that's why I have a big problem with organized religions in general. I even see the religions of the Caribbean being codified in a religious way that is starting to make it not what it was or should be or how it was practiced in the beginning. So eventually, over time, every single spiritual belief system gets distorted. Doesn't, the only way to stay away from the distortion is to stay completely neutral to it and ambivalent to it and work with your spirits, okay?
To stay authentic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, to be authentic, like your individuality. Once the individuality is stripped because there's so many masses to corral, it completely depletes the purpose in my mind.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have any questions, comments, or objections before I move on? Because I'm actually going to take request. So what I wanted to talk about, ancestors. There was a question I didn't answer. Does anybody else have anything to say or a question for me before I figure out where I'm at and move on? Okay. Let's talk about ancestors. I know you guys have heard me talk about this before. So what I want to do is I want to say a little bit about ancestors and ancestor work. And I also want to show you guys book recommendations for most of the material that I'm talking about today. I am going to be emailing everybody a ceremony or a ritual performance or a ceremonial ritual magic ceremony ritual that I perform when I'm with my male witches calling celestial energies. If anyone is interested in working with the planets, I'm going to email that to you because I wrote it down. But the point is ancestors. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and get to ancestors real quick. I started going down my ancestral, I guess you could say, spiritual path after having a shamanic crisis. That's what they call it, shaman sickness. Like when you lose your mind and they have to put you in the loony bin for a while. Yeah, we did that already. And when I came out of it at the other end, there was DNA and stuff activated in me that was not activated prior to that experience. Set me down an ancestor path, trying to understand my ancestors. And it came literally overnight from I don't know where it came from. My ancestors started talking to me in a state of spiritual awakeness that I had never been in before. And they spoke to me and I heard them very clearly talking to me. And they've been talking to me ever since that particular crisis. And I tried to go back to practicing like other forms of magic or other kind of religious practices after going down an ancestral path. Don't like it. Not into it. If it doesn't involve my ancestors, I don't want to do it. Like I don't feel as comfortable practicing other magic as I feel comfortable practicing ancestral magic. I didn't feel as confident going back to practicing other magic as I feel with the magic that I practice with my ancestors and my guides. And I think one of the things is my belief. I think that your beliefs actually do matter. Like if a Christian actually sits down and prays the rosary and lights a candle and does a novena on the behalf of somebody, I believe that it has an effect because that is magic, okay? I believe your beliefs do impact the quality of your magic because it's what your beliefs empower your magic. So I kind of believe that the kind of magic I practice, which is ancestral, is more powerful for me than other forms of magic. Because for me, as an individual, which I can cast a spell by myself, but casting a spell by myself is like you having my phone or having something running on a battery, like my phone runs on a battery. But when you're practicing ancestral magic, you're plugging it into the wall, and now you're pulling power from a larger source. Does that make sense? So when I practice magic by myself, I'm operating like running on battery power. When I'm calling in ancestor spirits and spirits that I'm divinely connected to, now I'm pulling from the source. And once you start pulling from the source and you start working that kind of magic, completely changes everything about your craft. Everybody has good and bad ancestors. Everybody has ancestors that were rapists, pedophiles, murderers, thieves, drug addicts, colonizers. We all have good and bad ancestors. But when I talk about ancestors, I'm talking about a very specific kind of spirit entity. Because in African religion, not everyone who dies becomes an ancestor. So your DNA, what is in you, your DNA is a code, okay? It is a chain. It is a link that binds you to every single person who has ever come before you. And it's taken millions of people for you to show up, okay? You are linked to everyone that has come before you in your DNA. And that's a lot of people, going all the way back to God. So in ancestor worship, which is the foundation of my practice, the first ancestor would be God, who gave birth to this universe, okay? So, when Jesus said, I and the Father am one, he was using terminology that people of that time could understand, but that's what he meant. He meant that he was divinely connected, not only to his Jewish heritage and his bloodline to King David, but all the way back to the creator. That's the mind, that's the Christian worldview, really. And we're all children of God. We all come from God, and when we die, we all go back to God. So when you look at God as the first ancestor, the first progenitor, then you look at everyone who's come, everything that's come after you, the sun, the moon, the stars, the galaxy, the earth is a kind of ancestor. The sun is an ancestor. If you want to really show some nature reverence, when the sun rises every morning, get up and go outside and give praise to the sun. Surya Namaskar, that's what we do in yoga. Sun salutation means we salute the sun, because we recognize that if we didn't have the sun, no life on earth would exist. Though the sun is a kind of ancestor. If the moon did not exist, what would control the waters and the waves and the oceans? You see, so every single thing is divinely placed, and even planets and planetary energies are a type of ancestor. That's why you get your natal chart read. That's why you have your birth chart read, so that you understand the energies that were in play at the time of your birth. Do you know what I'm saying? And then what you have to realize is that the realm of the ancestors, for me, okay, like I said, this is my beliefs. The realm of the ancestors is a very special place. It is an elite place. It's like the Christian version of heaven. Because if you've lived a good life and you've gone through many, many, many innumerable cycles of life, death, rebirth, and reincarnation, you finally reached apotheosis or enlightenment, and the doors have been opened to you, and you walk into the halls of your ancestors. To go into that ancestral realm is a privilege. It's a privilege to be able to make it into that realm. So everyone's goal should be able to make it to be an ancestor, an ancestral spirit. Like, that's my primary goal. I am not going to, I didn't make it this time, but that's not the point. The point is that, the eventual goal for me and my spiritual evolution as a spirit and a soul is to hopefully make it one day into the realm of the ancestors. So if you're in the realm of the ancestors, you're not just going to let any motherfucker in. Like, not everybody gets into the realm of the ancestors. Does that make sense? Does that give you an idea about like the realm of the ancestors? Ancestral spirits and highly elevated ancestral spirits, they're on their own dimension. They are in their own plane. And we petition them like Catholics petition saints, or like Buddhists petition bodhisattvas. It's the same thing. And what you'll find out if you study religions, it's all the same shit. I don't care if it's Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Voodoo, Wicca, all of this stuff has the same foundation. They look different because they're ethnically different. But at the end of the day, the concepts pretty much are the same universally, okay? Because they all stem from practices that go back way before recognizable religions are here. How do you work with your ancestors? You set up an ancestor altar and shrine. I'm not going to go into that unless somebody wants me to specifically tell you how to do that, but I think I've told you guys how to do that multiple times in lots of TikToks and lots of YouTube videos. Ancestral magic works well because your ancestors live in you and outside of you. You carry the genetic code of your ancestors. You carry that DNA. And when you have ancestral dreams and ancestral memory, that's what's being activated in you. That DNA is becoming activated. And when that DNA becomes activated, then that's when you're able to access those kinds of, they call it Akashic records. It's really not Akashic records. It's just your mind and your DNA and your brain awakening to what is already there. Does that make sense? I'm trying to be like, really, this is my understanding of it from my experience of dealing with traveling interdimensionally and multiversal in dreams and things like that. Because I realize that what I'm accessing is not as external to myself as it's also internal to myself. Okay. But you got to think about your ancestors, not as a bunch of dead bodies that are in a grave somewhere rotting. Okay. That is a wrong view of the dead. The dead are very much alive. Once the physical shell is, when the spirit leaves the physical shell, when it's no longer able to function, the spirit becomes alive. And they say that spirits in death are more powerful than when they were alive. That a spirit in death is more powerful than when it was alive, because now it doesn't have any constraints on it by the physical body anymore. So when you're calling on highly elevated ancestors, you're calling on powerhouses of energy that are directly related to you and your bloodline, and you have the license to call on them because you're their child. Does that make sense? So your ancestors are your future. They're not your past. Your ancestors have been here, they've died, they've moved on to whatever that next realm is. And one day you will die and you will move on. And hopefully you'll move on towards the realm of the ancestors, okay? And even ancestors come back and reincarnate. That's the idea of Jesus Christ. That's the idea of Krishna. That's the idea of Buddha, is that even the ancestors will come back and reincarnate again if they feel the need to. And they are avatars. Avatars is what they're called in Hinduism, but they're avatars. Orishas are also avatars. There's Oshun has incarnated multiple times. Shango has incarnated multiple times. So there are real physical manifestations of these divine beings that will come into the world, do what they need to do, and they will leave. And most of the time they'll be deified. But that's the concept of ancestors to me, that instead of looking at entities as gods and goddesses, we need to, like, even though gods and God, I don't know why people think reaching out to gods and goddesses is so much more powerful than reaching out to your own ancestors. A lot of gods, there are gods and goddesses that are stories that people have made up stories about these entities. That's why when witches call on particular entities, they don't get anything back, because they were never real. They were stories, they were mythologies that were created to explain natural phenomenon. But when you actually call on a spirit that lived and died and is in the ancestral realm that's real, you feel the difference. That's why certain spiritual practices hit a certain way and other spiritual practices don't, because there's a very live, real entity standing behind the image and the name of a particular tradition, whereas there isn't something on the other side of, let's say, an idol or a statue. Questions, comments, objections? Now that I just said a whole bunch of stuff about ancestors. Questions, comments, objections about ancestors? Ancestral spirits, when they come around, you're going to always feel comforted. You're going to feel calm. You're going to feel like you're it's like if you ever had a grandparent that you loved, or you had someone in your family that you really cared about, you went over to their house, and as soon as you opened the door, you smelled chicken soup, or you smelled a particular smell, your grandmama's cologne or perfume or something, and it just felt like home. And as soon as you closed the door, you felt like you were in a very safe bubble and you were protected from everything that was outside of that house. That's what it's like when you're sitting in the presence of your ancestors. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's comfortable, and you don't feel afraid. You don't feel any fear, and you feel like there's nothing to say. I mean, you can talk to them if you want to. You can pray to them if you want to, but they already know.
Quick question.
Yeah,
I'm,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I know you're like I'm pages and pages of material that
You know what? I need
um,
somebody to talk. So if you're going to be the person talking, that is great.
just like sorry, Quinn. Okay. No, my thing is we mentioned with the discussion I had with you about have I ever had the DNA, you know, have I ever had my ancestry to track? And then now with DNA, they can go back remarkably, like really track where you come from, you know.
Mhm.
I guess what I'm saying is that would be a definite point to start if you never had that, and especially I mean if you're white, you're much like you know, like your ancestors are all types of European, you know, that'd be a good place to start as far as ancestry work to know where your roots come from. That'd be like a something that you really do suggest to do.
I would recommend anybody who has not had an ancestry DNA test done, do it. A lot of people are
That's
afraid to
thank you.
say, oh, is that the question about DNA testing?
Yes, that was the question. Just
Oh, okay.
That's a definite
Yeah.
core thing. Like that's a definite important thing
I
to do.
would.
Okay.
I tell you why I would do it,
And I took
because
it as that. And I took it as that, but
okay. So there's different layers of ancestor work. So as an example, I meet a lot of people who, let's say, I never met my father. Don't know anything about my father. He took off when I was a baby. I meet people who have been adopted. They were raised by nice people, but they're not of their bloodline. So they don't really know where they come from. There are African American people that their family were brought over here as slaves. They want to know what part of Africa their family.
yeah, they've been stripped, and that's why I was
From.
asking because
Okay, so there's a lot of good reasons.
Yep.
There's a lot of good reasons to get a DNA test, because when you get a DNA test and you're able to look at your phone and see specific geographical regions from which your family migrated from or might have migrated from, some ancestor work you can do is you can learn more about that people, learn more about that culture, learn more about their religions that they practiced or their folk magic traditions. Like, let's say somebody didn't know that they had Baltic or Eastern European or maybe Slavic or something like that. They're like, oh, I've always been interested in Eastern European things. I've always had an interest in learning Slavic magic. Now I realize why. Maybe it answers questions for you, or maybe it makes you even feel like you have the license to approach that tradition because you know that you have people that did that. So what I'm going to say within recent ancestors, we have ancient ancestors and we have recent ancestors. And if you're going to do ancestor work to learn about your most recent ancestors, like the people who have lived over, like, say, the past 20,000 years or 10,000 years, or more importantly, like the last 5,000 years, getting a DNA test would be good, because for the most part, even though our ancestors were very, very mobile, like, people have settled down and stayed in the same geographical locations for very long periods of time. And so it's good to get a DNA test, because at least it tells you something about where your people come from, at least recently. Because I know that there are people who are like, well, we all come from Africa. Okay, but that's not the point. The point is that at least for the past 2,000-3,000 years, you want to connect with the people that you're most connected to now. And Grant would know about conjuring ancestral spirits because he is a genealogist. What do you say, Grant, when it comes to like your
I do tons and tons of genealogy. You know, like Philip first came to meet me in June 2019, and we there was a spark there. We clicked right away, and all he had to do was mention one name in his family tree, and off I went to research his genealogy. It turned out that he had done a lot already, and lo and behold, we're cousins. But we're not cousins just through a single line. Is that we have at least 9 sets of common great grandparents. So we're cousins multiple times. And I do lots and lots of research. And one day, I think this last year, I told Philip, I found your path to Odin. So the gods and goddesses, some of them were based on real people, and they became deified. And so you can question whether Odin was a real god, but there were certainly people who believed that that he was real. And it was important to trace the lineage to them. And the kings of Wessex were one group. They were the Anglo-Saxon kings before the Norman invasion. Some of them had biographers that took great pains to make sure that to establish that they had a connection to their English equivalent called Woden, Woden. And so because they wanted that connection to a deity, and they wanted also royal intermarriage sort of basically involves keeping the royal genes within the family. But it's always fun to find out where you're from, because there are thousands and millions of people who combined together. They created you. And when you do a DNA test, there's a lot of statistics involved in determining where you came from. For example, Ancestry.com bases their statistics on databases of stable families that didn't move around much, but people do occasionally move. They won't tell you your ancestry under 1% from a particular region. That doesn't mean you came only from those regions of 1%, because you can do lineage research that can take you to many places that won't show up on a DNA test. But the DNA test will also show you places that you can't prove through documents that you're from. So it's a step.
So quick, I'm sorry,
It's a step towards ancestor worship, but it's a step. It's not the end. It will get you physically through the physical layers. It'll get you partly there.
that would be a start. And if I wanted to follow up with someone like you, that would be the next step after that first beginning.
I tried to do it as a business, and I found I can't focus on one family. I get bored very easily. So I do lots and lots for free. So Philip was one of my.
I wasn't, no, and I'll go through Philip. I wasn't trying to take away. I just meant, but in general, but that's a start. And then to go through someone like you who does more of the finer points, the details.
I'm the technocrat. I mean,
okay.
Philip
Gotcha.
is the spirit guy. I'm
exactly.
I'm his student, and Philip handles the spiritual end of things, and I just do the technology.
So understood.
Okay.
I just meant for that part of it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
And Grant, you also say that whenever you find a new ancestor, you come across a particular grave when you're doing research, it's almost like you resurrect that ancestor, right? It's almost like you almost conjure the spirit of that ancestor when you find a new grave.
I really believe that, because if nobody knows who you are, if you're completely forgotten in history, in a sense, you're really dead. And so now I do most of my work is online, and so my work is based on a lot of research by others, and and some of it's books that are online. So it's not like I'm finding some new person. I'm finding someone that somebody else has already discovered, but now my knowledge of that person adds to the collective knowledge of everybody who knows that person existed. And I think that just makes them a little bit more awake.
Yeah. Thank you, Grant. Okay. So I'm going to move on now, because I want to get to the part that's we're there. We're in the home stretch. Okay. I got halfway through my material. We're halfway through my material. Okay. I told you when I do this shit, it's like a marathon. Do we need a pee break? Do you want to take a minute? Does everybody want to take like a minute? Like, or are we good? You want me to keep going? You can just turn the volume off and turn the camera off if you have to go poop or something. Like, no one will know. Okay. All right. So let me keep going here. Now it is time to talk about practical magic, how to practice magic. We've been talking about theory of magic. Now we're going to talk about practicing magic. And after I talk about practicing magic, I'll talk about psychic development, exercises you can do to become more psychic, more aware, more connected. And all of those things, because I know you guys pretty much want those things. I know that you do, but I want to talk about how to practice magic for those of you who are into practical magic. Like I said before, you practice any kind of magic, get confirmation from the spiritual world that it's something that's right for you to do. So here's something about practicing magic and also spiritual development and psychic development. Okay, the fastest way to start developing your psychic abilities is by practicing divination, and not just practicing one form of divination, but maybe two forms of divination. One like oracle cards and tarot cards, or playing cards, and a device that you throw like runes or dice or cowrie shells or something like that. In my tradition, we don't use Ouija boards, we don't use divining rods, we don't use pendulums. We do not trust those devices to give us accurate answers, because we can influence the actual device. You can't influence tarot cards. You sit there and you shuffle up cards and you shuffle them, shuffle, and you start pulling cards. You're going to get an accurate answer or an accurate response, because those cards are completely unrelated to you. They're not connected to your nervous system. They're not connected to your energy. I know we put our energy in cards, but you know what I mean. It's not the same as holding a divining rod. It's not the same as holding on to a pendulum. Plus, there's a lot of people who say it's very easy for a trickster spirit or some other kind of spirit that you don't want to communicate with to fuck with your pendulum. I don't think that's true. If you're a witch and you have all of your wards and protections and talisman around the house, you've covered the outside perimeter of your house, and you have an ancestor shrine, and maybe you even might use a pendulum to communicate with your ancestors. I mean, if you're doing all of the things you're supposed to be doing, there's no reason for you not to trust your divining tool. I'm saying for me, when I ask a question, I want a yes or a no. I want a straight up yes or no, and I don't want any ambivalence about it. But learning how to perform divination is going to start making that part of your brain work, that intuitive part of your brain work. Okay, so that's why divination is important. How do you get a yes, no, or maybe answer with a pack of tarot cards? Very easy. Maybe all you have is tarot cards. I'm going to tell you how to get a direct answer out of your spirits. You take one card and you designate that your yes card. You take one card and you designate that your no card. And if you want to, which I do not do, you could take one card and designate it as a maybe card. I press my spirits. When I ask them a question, I want a yes, no. I don't want any maybes. So then what you do is you sit down and you say to your spirits, this card means yes, this card means no. I'm going to ask you a question. I need you to answer it for me. And then the question that you ask always has to be short, sweet, to the point, and direct. Is it in my best interest to get married to so-and-so? Is it in my best interest to buy a house? Is it in my best interest to buy this car? It has to be direct. It has to be to the point. It has to be in your best interest, and it has to be clear, because the spirits, I don't want to say communicating with spirits through divination is real tricky. Tarot cards isn't the only thing I use. I use other devices too, but some of the devices, sometimes I'm like, okay. So it's difficult to try to divine when you're working with spirits, but shuffle up those cards, ask the question that you want to ask, and then just pull one card at a time until you get to the answer that you want, which is either yes or no. And don't ask any questions you already know the answers to. That irritates the spirit world. If you already know the answer to your question, don't ask them. You don't have to go to your spirits to ask for confirmation shit all the time. You have to trust yourself. Maybe something your ancestor wants you to do, maybe you don't want to do it. If you really don't want to know what the answer is to your question, then just don't ask. Just fucking do it. Do you know what I'm saying? So like if you go to your grandmama and you're like, I want to marry this guy, and she's like, absolutely not. And then you go and do it anyway. You should have never asked to begin with, okay? So, and I've made that mistake. I've learned from those mistakes. How to research. Before you cast any spell or practice any magic or do any practical magic, you need to know how to research. Research is the most important part of magic. And you know, we've been talking a lot of theory. This has been a lot of theory that I've been telling you about, because the theory that I'm giving you can be applied to any kind of magic that you want to practice. So how do you research? Well, the first thing you need to do is you need to compile a list of source material. You need to find books from the library or on Amazon, or articles written by scholars, written by real archaeologists and real theologians and real masters of linguistics, like people that have degrees, not a fucking blog. Okay. Blog articles are secondary source materials that you can use, and you base it on someone's experience and you listen to what they have to say, but it's not based on fact. And we need to decide, we need to make decisions based on facts, not fiction. Because guess what? We live in a world today where people think something is true, that people believe something is true because they feel that it's true. Oh, I feel that's true. No, 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 no. It's either true or it's false. There are things that are absolutely scientifically proven. I'm not going to sit and have a debate with somebody about whether or not the earth is flat. I will not engage with somebody that doesn't embrace and accept science and history and archaeology as fact. That's why I can't stand some of these fucking bitches on TikTok. Like, where are you getting your information from? Who told you that? Who told you it was a good idea to do that? Did you research that for when, like in history? Like there was some girl the other day that posted some video. She had an image of Ereshkigal from the Sumerian and indeed Babylonian pantheon of deities, and she was calling it Lilith. I was like, that's not Lilith, it's Ereshkigal. She was like, well, it's Lilith, but before that she was Inanna. Like, no, actually, that's fucking Ereshkigal. Do research, okay? And Nana has a very particular image. Ereshkigal, her sister, has a very particular image, and those images have been appropriated, and they've also been confused with one another. But this is something you can learn if you read a goddamn book. Go to the library, you know? But, you know, I'm not going to fight with somebody if they're too stupid to do their own research. And you don't need to get into a fight with anybody. If you know what, how about this? If you know what you're talking about and somebody wants to come along and fight with you, you can be like, okay, well, you know, you need to go read this, and then come back and talk to me about it. What, Jacqueline? Did you raise your hand? Oh, no, you're just saying preach, right? Amen. Is that what you're saying over there? How do you research? You compile a list of source material, books by respected authors, articles written by people that actually know what they're talking about, and you can even do YouTube videos and blogs to get extra information. And I'm not saying that the crackpot that's making YouTube videos out in the middle of nowhere, who's got all fucked up hair and crazy eyes, kind of like me, crazy eyes, talking a lot of smack and shit in YouTube, I'm not going to necessarily dismiss what that guy has to say. I'm just going to take what that guy has to say and I'm going to file it away with all the information that I have. So I'm going to cross-reference my information. I've got 10 authors here, 10 practitioners of witchcraft talking about the same subject. What does every single one of those people say? And where are the similarities? Where are the differences? What are the commonalities and the variations? Why are there reasons for the variations? At the end of the day, you're going to have to synthesize all that material and create a hypothesis, right? Before you actually cast your spell and create your experiment. And I'm just going to give you an example using Vedic astrology for a second. I'm going to use Venus, the planet Venus, as an example. Well, let's say I wake up one morning and I want to work with Venus, the planet. And when I work with planets, I mean, I'm talking about really working with the planets, not like an idea of the planet. I mean, the planet. So what do I need to know? Well, the first thing I need to know is everything about Venus astronomically. Like I need to study science. Like what is Venus? What do we know about Venus as a planet? Like in the most mundane way, what does science say about the planet Venus? Okay. After I learn about Venus, you know, when it comes to what we know about it scientifically, what are the myths about Venus? What are the gods and the goddesses associated with the planet Venus? What are the angels and demons associated with the planet Venus? What is the personification that I'm trying to, what part of that planetary energy am I trying to conjure? Okay. So you need to find out how to invoke the energies of Venus. But you have to understand the nature of the planet. Well, most of the time, most gods and goddesses that represent the planet Venus have a particular quality, and they have across all cultures. What is Venus all about? Venus is about love, eroticism. Sometimes Venus is about love and war, because a lot of the love goddesses, people don't understand this, are also war goddesses. Love and war, okay? Love and hate. There's polarity in everything. If that offends you, I'm sorry. Yes, everything is polar in the material world. There is there's a light side to Venus, and there's a shadow side to Venus, okay? The light side of the planet and the dark nature of the planet. That planet is going to behave differently depending on what sign of the zodiac it's in. Well, how does Venus behave when she's in Aries? Or how does Venus behave when she's sitting in her own sign of Taurus or Libra? Well, she's going to behave different in her own signs than if she's in a sign of an enemy. There are planets that are friends to one another, and there are planets that are have animosity between them, okay? So what is the best time of year to perform the ritual that I want to perform? Well, I might have to wait 6 months before I perform the ritual that I want to do, because I have to have Venus in a particular sign at a particular time. So astrological magic is complicated. It's not easy. Astrological magic is basically the foundation of all of the magical grimoires. All those angels and demons that you hear about, Solomonic magic, those are based on planetary energies, and they're based on astrology and astronomy, and calling on those planetary spirits that have been given angel names and demon names. So depending on the placement of Venus, she could be exalted, she could be debilitated, she could feel comfortable, uncomfortable, she could be irritated. So that's just an example of the kind of research you have to do before you cast a spell, which is like people like me and Jennifer specialize in very specific types of magic, because we realize how difficult it is to know everything that you need to know in order to cast a spell. Most people who are real witches and and wizards and sorcerers or whatever, or paleros, we have specialties. We're like, I know how to protect somebody, and I know how to protect them 5 different ways. And that's what I know works. You see, if you're good at what you do, you hone your abilities and you figure out what you're good at. I'm good at divination. I'm a psychic medium. I'm really, really good at pulling spirits. I do that. You see what I'm saying? So you need to know what your limitations are, because there's no witch that can do everything. Well, maybe the Supreme, right, can do everything, but you know, there can only be one Supreme, and it's definitely not me. So what I'm saying is that's very important. Now, when you're talking about practicing magic, you need to get a bullet journal or a journal. This is a bullet journal. This is my bullet journal. A bullet journal is a journal that doesn't have anything in it except dotted. It's blank pieces of paper, and it's dotted, and you can't see the dots, but I can make notes, or I can even draw pictures, like about card placements, okay, or the meanings of different cards, or even, you know, when I study astrology or write down astrological phenomenon, you know, creating charts. There's so many different ways for you to take a bullet journal and create a magical grimoire out of a bullet journal. So I recommend, if you don't know what a bullet journal is, I have YouTube videos and playlists that teach, that will show you how to use a bullet journal, but you have to have a journal. Absolutely have to, because every single spell you cast should be written down. The back of that journal should be your own materia medica. You should start writing down every single herb you use. When you start your path as a witch, you need to have a book that you keep your recipes and your spells that you know work. So what do? In the very back of the book, you start your appendix of all of the different herbs. Well, I'm going to use lavender. I'm going to write down its Latin or botanical name. I'm going to write down what it does magically. I'm going to write down what it does medicinally. And I'm going to write down what the contraindications are. Because if you're a real witch, you understand how an herb works both magically and medicinally. You know what that plant does physically, and you know what it does spiritually, okay? Because let me tell you something. You can kill someone with witchcraft. Killing someone with witchcraft is real. What do I mean by that? Oops, I'm like falling over here. Sorry. How can you kill somebody with witchcraft? Well, let's say someone comes to you and says, you know, they're having a hard time and they'd like you to cast a spell for them. So you say, well, I'll make you a spiritual bath. You know, you're going to put this in your bathtub. You're going to, you know, you're going to get into it and you're going to soak in it. But you don't ask them if they're allergic to anything. You don't do your due diligence. You don't ask them whether or not there's anything that doesn't need to go into that spiritual bath. Maybe they're allergic to peanuts. Maybe they'll go into anaphylactic shock if they come around any kind of nut or material at all. But here now you create a spiritual bath that has all kinds of nut related ingredients in it. So they get into the bath, they trust you because they know that you're a good witch. And they go into anaphylactic shock and then they drown to death. And now you just killed somebody. That's how witchcraft kills people in a very real way. You can cause harm to a fetus practicing witchcraft. You can even cause a miscarriage if you don't know how to handle essential oils and herbs. That's real fucking witchcraft. Okay, so that's where magic is not just play in my mind games. Magic is not, witchcraft is not just mentalism. It's not like just sitting and pretending that you're practicing witchcraft. Witchcraft requires stuff. Witchcraft is a craft. And anybody who has a problem with that, I'm really sorry to break it down to you. If you're not using physical materials as part of your practice, you're not a practicing witch. A witch requires things: candles, herbs, oils, poppets, dolls, pots, working with the elements. That's witchcraft. That's why it's called craft. Me and Grant had a young man who wanted to join our witch group. So we came over one night and I said, well, tonight we're going to do a spell casting. We're going to make a money bowl. I'm going to teach everybody how to make a money bowl tonight. It was like, oh, well, I cast magic all the time. You know, I just use my mind. And I said, okay, that's not witchcraft. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're not practicing witchcraft. You're practicing like some kind of mentalism. That's like creative visualization, but it's not the craft because you have to use things in order for it to be witchcraft. He couldn't understand it. Well, we made a money bowl, and then what happened, Grant?
He got new customers.
And he
Even I got new customers, and I think you did too. But anyway, we all made money.
Right, exactly. But in my opinion, we would not have made money unless we would have cast a spell with a money bowl creating things. Why is that so? Because you sit down with an intention and you take all of the different materials that are correspondences that perform sympathetic magic. I take 1, 2, and 3, and when I combine 1, 2, and 3, I know my result is going to be A, B, and C. What I do in my witchcraft is going to be what the result is. What I do in sympathetic magic is going to be what the result is. Okay, and that thing that you make holds the energy and the intention that you create. Like when I run a spell, I do it usually. I use a spell candle, a glass candle, like one of the Catholic novena candles, because you can get the glass candles in all kinds of different colors. When I light that candle, I light that candle with my intention, prepared with all of the herbs and all of the stuff that I want to use in that spell. And then that candle will burn and I'll come back and I'll pray over it and I'll throw more spice on it. I'll throw more oil on it. I'll throw more cologne on it. I'll call more spirits on it. And I will keep that spell running for at least 7 days. At least 7 or 9 days, or whenever that spell candle actually finishes, that's when it ends. Once you light a candle, you don't blow it out. Once you light a candle, that candle burns until it's done. The spell will not be cast until it's finished, until the fat lady sings. And that's not until that candle burns all the way out. Okay. So that's a very important thing to remember when you're practicing magic with fire, that the magic is not done until it's completely extinguished, and it has to extinguish itself. It's another way how you gauge whether or not that spell candle is working for you or not. If it only goes down halfway for me and burns out, I'm like, oh, I'm getting resistance. That's a sign of resistance. There's no goddamn reason why that spell candle should not have burned all the way to the bottom. I also read my spell candles after they're done. I have a YouTube video on one of my playlists for hoodoo and root work that there's a woman who's talking about how to read your glass candles. Like when the glass candle is done, what should it look like? It should look like a clean piece of glass. It shouldn't be dark or black or smudged or all kinds of other stuff. Amber, what if it explodes? I saw you just said, if it explodes, you gotta do some cleanup work. There's like, so here's the thing about candles exploding and other candles not working. Before you get all freaked out about a particular candle, go buy a different brand. I want a red spell candle. I'm gonna get this spell candle. That candle fucked up on me. Do divination. Ask your spirits through oracles and tarot and throwing your dice or your cowrie shells. What happened to my spell? Did it work? They'll say yes or no. And then you ask them, should I cast it again? They will say yes or no. If they say no, don't do it. Wait and see what happens. If they say yes, cast it again, get different materials. And that's just common sense. That if something doesn't work, do it again and do it differently. So there's a never-ending supply of red glass candles in the world and different kinds of red candles in the world that you can use to cast the spell again, if you're concerned about that, okay? Yeah, Amanda, we can go over an ancestor altar. Let's talk about the ancestor altar right now. How about that? This is special for Amanda. We need to talk about altars in general. Okay. So, okay. You need to decide where you're going to practice magic. That's something that should be decided from the very get-go. If you're going to have an ancestor altar in your house, you need to designate that in a very particular place in your house. An ancestor altar is not a saint altar. It is not an altar for the Orishas. It's not an altar for the Loa. It's not an altar for Santissima, Santa Morte. It's not an altar for saints or gods and goddesses. Your ancestor altar is for your dead and your ancestors only. Nothing else goes on that altar. That means you're going to end up having 2 altars or more if you work with the dead and you work with your ancestors and you work with some kind of god or goddess, okay, or a pantheon. So, and you never want to mix pantheons on your worship altar, okay? Your worship altar, basically, if you're devoted to a god or a goddess or a particular saint or a spirit, that altar needs to be for that pantheon only. You can't take voodoo spirits and sit it beside Norse spirits and expect to have harmony in your house. It won't work because, believe it or not, spirit groups might or might not like each other. Even in voodoo, there are spirits that will not come down when other spirits are around. There are spirits that don't like each other. You actually have to keep them in separate rooms, or you have to keep them separated on the altar, or else you will create chaos in your house. So an ancestor altar is not a deity altar. And if you have a deity or a saint altar, it has to be of the same pantheon. You can't go mixing up shit. That eclectic shit does not work with traditional magic and traditional witchcraft. So if you serve your ancestors and Odin and Santa Morte and Papa Legba, where you're going to end up with 4 different altars. Bye, Jessica. Text me later. The ancestor altar at its most basic and fundamental no, once you light that candle, you absolutely do not burn it out. I'll tell you what to do with the candle. You need to get something to put the candle in. Get a metal basin, put water in the bottom of the basin and put the candle in the basin of water. I actually am going to show you guys my altars and stuff. If you want to see like some of my spiritual stuff, they don't mind if I share some of that stuff with you. If you do a spell candle, and you have to leave your house, for one thing, you need to put it in the garage or someplace that is not close to anything. Okay. You need to put it actually in a container that's not flammable. And you can even put water in the bottom of that container and sit that glass candle in there so that you're not afraid of it burning. But if you're really, really concerned about that, use smaller candles and things that will burn out within a couple of hours, even tea lights. Because guess what? Even a tea light is going to create the same amount of power and intention as maybe say some kind of big, huge pillar candle that you get, okay? I use a very particular kind of candle, and when I dress my candles, I dress the candles with herb. They burn very fast, and within 20 minutes, it's gone. So that's it. But if you want to leave the house, that's what you got to do. Most of the time, glass candles don't bust or break. They have to be like really cheap in order for them to explode. Or you have to be working with the wrong entities for something like that to happen. But you need to designate the area in which you're actually going to work and where you're going to put your ancestors. The ancestor altar consists of fresh flowers, a glass of water, and a white candle. You can even put down a white cloth, or you can take that table and you can put like a little white sheet over it or a white tablecloth, because white is the color that we use to represent the dead, and the dead love flowers. Okay, you have to think about like, if you have ancestral spirits that were Catholic, you might put a Catholic rosary on the altar, or you might put a crucifix. In my tradition of Espiritismo, we actually put a metal crucifix in the glass of water itself. And that's not necessarily Christian, but it represents the crossroads, and it represents the liminality between the living and the dead. And a lot of our ancestors that practice my tradition mixed Catholicism with Spiritism, African religion, and also Native American tradition. So the Creole way of honoring the ancestors has little Catholic components to it, okay? You have to remember this about working with your ancestors. You have to honor your ancestors. And when you honor your ancestors, you have to respect them. You have to respect them in the way that they want to be treated and what they believe. I might be a witch, but when I approach my ancestors, I respect them because whatever they believed in life is what they believed. And I have Catholic ancestors, okay? And they like things done. They want the rosary prayed for them. One of my spirit guides was a nun in life. I have a nun. She's one of my primary spirit guides. And when I work with her, I pray the rosary. I'm not Catholic, okay? But then again, everyone can pray the rosary. But the point is that you have to approach the spirits the way they want to be approached. I ask a Mambo Maud, who actually has one of the biggest Haitian voodoo houses on the East Coast and located in Boston. She's the Haitian priestess I went to when I got my readings to find out whether or not I should be here, and also my first ceremonies that I went to. And I said to her, I said, why do you still use this Catholic stuff? Why crosses and crucifixes? Why saint statues? Why all this stuff? Like, why do you continue to use that? You don't have to anymore. She said, it's because it's what the spirits want. It's what they like. So we give them what they want. We give them what they like. We honor them. And it takes a very long time for spirits of the dead to change, okay? So honor your ancestors the way they were in life. Put out food and drink offerings. The ancestor altar is primarily a place to sit and pray with your dead, and also to talk to them and tell them how you feel, okay? It's therapeutic to tell them what's going on in your life. You have to approach your ancestor altar like you were going to a nursing home to sit down and talk to an old, feeble person. That you picture that in your mind. Like you have to picture like in the most respectful way, when you go sit before your ancestors, you want to sit before them as if you were sitting in front of somebody that you admire very, very much, okay? That's how you feel. That's the kind of feeling that you should have when you approach them. It's veneration, it's honor, and it's respect, and a certain level of fear, because it's kind of like if I fuck up, you know, my madama is going to slap me across the face. You know, Mama is going to come and whip my ass if I tell her I've done something bad. You have to have the same feeling. It's a familial feeling you have. So you have to honor them. But traditionally in China, in Africa, in Mexico, and everywhere else in the world that ancestor worship has been performed, the primary way of honoring them is giving them food and drink offerings. A hot cup of coffee with a lot of sugar in it, candy, wine, liquor, beer, fried goat. You know, if you have Haitian spirits and you put out like fried goat, plantains, avocados, or if you are Japanese, you might put out rice or some other kind of, do you know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why you want a DNA test. A DNA test will also kind of show you that, well, I'm going to use these particular foods because I know that they're going to recognize them. What's up, Amanda?
Yeah, real quick. So if I don't really know my ancestors, how would I how can I connect with them and know that like nobody that was like a mean, like not a mean person, but you know, like if I don't know them and maybe my background comes from like, I don't know, people that kill or whatever, like I don't know if should I still honor those kind of ancestors? Like, you know where I'm going with this?
You might have showed up, you've showed up late to my workshop, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, you went over it.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you again. Are you talking about the colonizer ancestors? You're talking about white people? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and go over this, okay? Because as someone who's called a colonizer every single day and told that I'm not supposed to practice the religion, that's my faith, I'll answer that question for you. Everybody has good and bad ancestors. Everybody has pedophiles and murderers and colonizers and racists and people that were bad people in life. When you're calling on your ancestors, you're not calling on those people. Those are spirits of the dead that lived and died in your family line, but they're not your ancestors, because ancestors are highly elevated spiritual beings. They are not just dead people that are related to you. So that's a very important thing to remember. Your ancestors are beyond good and bad. Your ancestors lived and died many, many times. They perfected themselves. They're enlightened beings. They're saintly. So we approach them in the same way we would approach a saint, okay? They're good people. You know, you don't make it into the realm of the ancestors if you're a shitty person. That's the belief in African religion, and nobody practices ancestor worship like Africans. And here's the other thing. Everyone has the right to approach their own ancestors. No one can tell you how to talk to or approach your ancestors, because the way you practice isn't anybody's motherfucking business. My opinion and anybody else's opinions about how you approach your ancestors, whether they're Native Americans, whether they're African, whether they're European, Chinese, whatever, it doesn't matter. When you get a DNA test and you look at your phone and you say, okay, my ancestors come from here, 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 that gives you the license to go and approach those ancestors. I have African ancestors. I'm fucking white. I know that. When I get up in the morning and I look at the mirror, I see a big fucking white face. But I do have ancestry that goes back to Africa. I do have ancestors that were the first Native Americans to be colonized in the New World. The first peoples to be colonized in the New World were the Tainos. Those are also my ancestors. So knowing that I'm white, I have to approach them a very particular way with a lot of reverence and respect and humility. But at the same time, I'm not afraid to approach those ancestors because they're my ancestors. They're not your ancestors. And you can't tell me how I can and cannot talk to my ancestors. Does that make sense, Amanda?
Yeah, it does. It definitely makes more sense. Thank you.
Right. So hold on. Oh, Amber, you're talking about the astronomical generator. Okay. So you're talking about guardian spirits and guardian angels. I got to get to that. Give me a.
Sorry if I jumped ship
No.
there. It's just been a burning question in my mind and I'm curious.
Okay. Yeah, I'll answer that for you about holy guardian angels and guardian spirits and stuff like that. And it's very confusing. It's extremely confusing, but I'll tell you my personal story. My personal story might help you. But about the ancestor altar is a place for you to go and sit and pray and talk to the spirits that are related to you. And the best way to find out whether or not you're related to those spirits or not, get a DNA test. You got any fucking questions about who you should and should not be talking to? Get a DNA test. If you look at your DNA test and says your people came from Scotland, Ireland, England, Sweden, and some other region of Europe, start with those ancestors. Talk to them first. Those are the people that are the most recent in your bloodline that go back for thousands of years. Learn about their culture, study their culture, find out what their pre-Christian beliefs were, pre-colonized beliefs were, who the gods and goddesses were, what they practiced, and whether or not you even want to approach them. You might find out stuff about those people you would rather not approach them. Okay, so be very, very specific. Now, here's the other thing. This is what I said at the beginning of the training that you might have missed. If you're a witch or any kind of magical practitioner, there's absolutely no goddamn reason why any negative entity should ever enter your house unless it's called in. Because if you're doing what you should do, if you're really practicing witchcraft the way you should, you clean your home spiritually, you set out your talisman, you set out your wards, your programmed crystals, you put your crucifixes up, your pentacles, you put out your shrines, you're calling on your ancestors every day, you're giving praise, honor, and glory to the deities or the saints that you're working with, you create an atmosphere in your home. There's no reason why anyone who's doing that should sit down and suddenly be afraid that some trickster spirit's there, some demon is coming in or something. There's no room for it. If you allow room for that stuff, then yeah, that stuff will come in. But those are things that you do. You create the lifestyle and the ambiance you want that will completely repel negative things. If you don't want mosquitoes in your house, what do? You don't want roaches in your house, what do? You don't want mice running through your basement, what do? You put out traps and you put out poison and you put out toxins that are going to keep things out of your house that you don't want. Same thing in witchcraft. Okay, is that also, you get that too? So pay attention to that. Protect yourself by protecting your home. And if you work in an environment that is nasty, where there's a lot of shitty people, as soon as you come home, go up before your altar and clean yourself off in front of your altar and ask your spirits to remove any negative energy away from you and out of the house that you might have brought in with Florida water or cologne, or just burn a stick of incense and clean your head off with the incense, clean your arms off, your body off. But there's no reason why anybody in here should be afraid of negative entities creeping in your house. If the only person in your house is you or your kids or your family, if you go to a thrift store and you buy something that looks like Chucky and you bring it back home and then it starts trying to kill you with a knife, well, you brought that thing into your home. Remember that. That's the responsibility. That's the responsibility you have to have when you're practicing these things. But there's no reason for anyone to be afraid. I mean, if you're sitting around in your home afraid that something negative is going to get in, oh, you're going to have all kinds of problems. And you also don't allow spirits to tell you what to do. Nobody can tell you what to do. You're autonomous. You're your own spirit. You have conscious control over everything. You're not going to allow spirits to tell you what to do. The spirits might have an opinion about what you should do. That doesn't mean that you have to do it. Even if your ancestors have an opinion about what you should do, if that's a lesson that you need to learn and you do it anyway, then you learn it anyway. Okay. So ancestor work and ancestor veneration is completely different from any other kind of magic. Ancestral magic is different from any other kind of magic because those spirits are your spirits. They belong to you. You belong to them. It's not like going to a god or goddess like Hecate or Shiva, or calling on Lucifer or some other angel or demon, some foreign entity that you're not related to. When you're working with ancestors and your spirit guides, you're working with your people, which is why you never have to be afraid of working with those people. Okay. So questions, comments, objections, while I try to pull myself back to where I'm supposed to be. And here's the other thing, Amanda. One more thing, Amanda, that you want to remember. If you're a witch and you're practicing magic, if you are nervous about practicing hexes, curses, or jinxes, or any other kind of negative magic or destructive magic, if you're nervous about what's going to come in to your house when doing that kind of spell, prepare your spell, and then do it outside of your house. Take it to the crossroads, take it to the cemetery, to the graveyard, take it to the forest, or whatever prescribed place that your spirits tell you to take it needs to go. And that's what we do in our tradition. When we're done casting a spell, we ask the spirits, where do you want me to take this? Do you want me to put it in the garbage can? I ask my spirits, do you want me to put the spell in the garbage can? And if they say, yeah, throw it in the garbage can, I put it in the garbage can. And I ask them, okay, well, do you want, or okay, no garbage can. Do you want me to take it to the forest? Yes, take it to the forest. I consult my spirits on everything I do. So when I'm practicing magic, the first thing I find out is I ask them if I should do it. And then I ask them, how should I do it? I'll ask my spirits, do you want me to put this in it? Do you want me to put that in it? You want me to put this in it? Like, I know I'm going to use water, coconut milk, basil and stuff, but should I use lavender? They'll either say yes or no. And when I'm done with that spell, I'll say, okay, how do you want me to get rid of it? They'll tell me how they want me to get rid of it too. That's why I'm saying that's what you guys should be doing. I'm just assuming that you guys already do that. So.
Okay, and so if I have, because I mean, I don't practice witchcraft like, 24/7, but I'm starting to, do like candle work and stuff like that. So I have just a little altar that I have, my water, my crystal, like representing each element. Can I still do it in that same room, the ancestor altar? Would that still, oh, that's what you were saying, kind of like do it and see what they say, how
So,
it feels.
okay, so that's a good question. Can your ancestor altar be in the same room as a working altar? Yeah, absolutely. That's just fine. But what you have to remember is when we separate altars, we're separating energies. You're separating the energy, giving it space. Okay. And remember, you can call on ancestral spirits that were witches and magicians and people that practice shamanism if you have those spirits. And most of us have those spirits because there's been millions of people in our ancestry that we can pull from. Not all of your ancestors like magic and practice it. Your grandmother, who is a really good Catholic, might not approve of you practicing magic. So you're not going to try to force your grandmother that doesn't practice witchcraft, who's a Catholic, to practice it. That's why you don't put your we don't practice magic over top of the dead. We don't practice magic and witchcraft over top of our ancestor altar because not all of our ancestors were witches. You have to get the mentality that when you're talking to spirits, you're talking to real conscious entities that actually exist. It's not just in your head. It's not just a concept. It's not just an idea. These are real physical forces that exist in the space around us. And it could be that when you practice magic, some of your spirit guides and ancestors leave because they're just not here for it. You might have other ancestors and other spirits that are totally down for it. So when I want to practice witchcraft, I call on my brujo, I call on my madama, I call on my root worker, I call on my shaman if I'm going to do spiritual work that takes mediumship and trance work. So I have spirits I will call on to work with, but not all of my spirits do the same thing. Just like every single angel and every single demon in Solomonic magic doesn't do the same thing. A lot of them know how to do the same thing, but it's not their speciality. So I call on my shaman when I'm going to do shamanic work. And I call on my madama when I'm going to do something that's a little bit more root worky, not necessarily root work, but more espiritismo, creolized spiritism and witchcraft. Does that make sense? So separate your shit.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, everybody, keep asking me questions. Anything that you want more clarification on, if this makes sense to you, please ask. That's why I'm here, to answer your questions. Although I might need like. Jen, do you have a question? Jen, do you have a question? I'm gonna mute her because I think that we accidentally pressed the button. That's okay. Will you guys give me like 1 minute to use the bathroom because I really have to pee. I drank a lot of coffee and I need a pee break. So we're gonna do a pee break, and when we come back, we're gonna get into the practical magic. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Glad I had that bagel, because damn, I working up an appetite talking about all this magic. Okay, Lord have mercy. Oi, man, who knew that witchcraft and magic was so complicated? It's a lot more than just lighting a candle going on here. This is why a lot of people have problems in there when they start practicing magic and witchcraft. It's why they have problems. Most people don't think. They just don't think, or they don't do enough research, or they don't ask enough questions, or even more importantly than that, they don't find people that are older that have been doing it for a long time. That's one thing that really bothers me about young people today. For some reason, young people really think they know everything. They really think that they have the answer to everything. Like, they don't need to research anything. They don't need to learn about history, archaeology. They don't need to learn about religion. They don't need to learn about mythology. They just decided that they're going to start calling on Lucifer because that's cool. People that kind of go down that path of calling on whatever just because they think it's cool are always going to be the people that get burned. And they're always going to be the people that snap back to Christianity because they're going to get scared, because a real spirit's going to show up and then they're going to be like, oh shit. Okay. Here's the other thing, is what people don't understand is spirits that you work with do expect reciprocity. Spirits that you work with expect reciprocity. Like, you know, there are people that go before gods and goddesses constantly petitioning and asking them for things. Well, what are you giving them? What offerings are you giving them? What kind of sacrifices are you giving them? A sacrifice can be putting money in a tip jar. Sacrifice can be buying them candy. Sacrifice can be drinks, wine, liquor, beer. It can be food or even a hot cooked meal that you know that they like. It can be an animal that's sacrificed. So what I'm saying is that, you know, there's a repayment that goes on, a reciprocity in the spiritual world. You can't be pulling on your spirits and asking your spirits for shit all the time and never give them anything back. That's not going to turn out very good for you. And a lot of people don't understand that these angels and demons and stuff that they're calling on, because demonic work is very popular these days. And when I say demons, I mean like daimons, these spiritual entities that come from antiquity. Those spirits expect something back. And they'll take it. They will take it. If you don't perform the proper offering, they will take it. What happened? Where's my, what did you ask? Amanda, I don't know where you see it. Did you have a question or a comment, Amanda?
Oh no, I just said that I feel that the whole opposite. There's a lot of information out there. Sometimes I feel like there's not enough time to learn everything because it is just so much.
Then you shouldn't be practicing. If you don't take the time to actually learn what the fuck you're doing, then you need to not do any witchcraft at all. Because you need to not practice witchcraft unless you know exactly what you're doing. There is a right way and a wrong way to practice witchcraft. And if you practice it the wrong way, you are going to get burned. I'm going to give you an example. There's no difference between witchcraft and learning how to start a fire, maintain a fire, keep yourself protected from a fire, keep it contained and make sure that it doesn't blow out of proportion. The spiritual world is like a fire, and it does not care if you're a baby, doesn't care if you're a teenager, doesn't care if you're an adult, doesn't give a fuck about you. If you don't know how to work and contain fire, you're going to burn down your house, and so will witchcraft. So if you feel like you don't have time to go to the library and read a book or get online and download scholarly articles to try to find out details about the deities or spirits that you're trying to interact with, you're going to get whatever you get. So when I say there's a right way and a wrong way to practice magic, that's what I'm talking about. Now, whether or not people do it or not, it's none of my business. I don't care if somebody's practicing magic right or wrong. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. But I'm saying, I tell people that they need to learn what they're doing, because if you don't, you're going to fuck yourself over. So don't practice magic if you're not willing to do the work. That's why it's an art and a science. It's not just something you sit down and do. It's not something that happens in your head. It's a skill that you learn how to practice. You know, there's a lot of books these days that there's the Gallery of Magic books by Damon Brand. He's published all kinds of occult sigils and highly sophisticated Hebrew god names and demon names and angel names. And he's published them, and he's told kids to sit down and meditate on these symbols and sigils. And without doing any formal ritual, start calling on Hebrew god names and start asking for petitions, putting in petitions for things from spirits and demons and entities that nobody knows anything about. Very, very irresponsible author. Very irresponsible. There's a protocol for approaching these kinds of spirits. So just to sit down and start chanting Hebrew God names when you don't know anything about Judaism, and you don't know anything about the 72 names of God, you don't understand anything about angels and demons, and you're sitting there and you're like performing some kind of ritual using sigils and seals without casting a circle or making a triangle or using the proper incense or going through the ritual purity and cleansing rituals that were expected of you to do that, you're just asking for a disaster. Because let me give you another example, Amanda. I'm going to use baking a cake as an example. I want to bake a cake, but I don't want to read a book about a recipe about how to make a cake. I've decided, because I think it's a good idea, because I feel like I'll be a good cook if I try, I'm going to take this flour and I'm going to throw it in here with a couple of eggs and a little bit of milk, and I'm going to stir it up, and I want it to be sweet. So I'm going to put a cup of sugar in it, and I'm going to mix it all up. And now I'm going to put it in the oven, and I'm going to set it to 400 degrees, and I'm going to get a birthday cake. Sorry, you're not going to get anything but a piece of shit that comes out of the oven. Because just because you know sugar is sweet, and just because you know eggs is going to make the flour stick together, and just because you want some milk does not mean you know how to bake a cake. And anybody who behaves in that way, we would say is stupid. Morons, uneducated, ignorant. That's what we would say about somebody that thinks they can cook without ever learning how to cook. And that's what you see on TikTok. And that's why TikTok is going to end up destroying itself. That's why witchcraft gets destroyed on TikTok, because you can't practice magic that way. And some 12, 13, 14-year-old girl that just started practicing magic does not need to be giving people advice about how to practice magic that has like 5 million followers. It's just bad. It's just wrong. So, but you know what? Everybody's going to fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. So my opinion is, yes, you can practice magic and it might or might not work. And here's the thing. Here's why I'm not too pressed about it. And this is the truth. If you practice magic wrong, it won't work. If you try to call a spirit the wrong way, it might or might not show up. And if it does and you're performing it wrong, it'll leave. Because that's what spirits do. They'll show up and look at you and they'll be like, why did you call me here? You're not doing this right. And they'll leave. They'll look at you and they'll see you're inexperienced. They'll see that you don't know anything. They'll see that you're not prepared properly. You don't have the proper offerings out. You haven't performed the ceremony correct, and they'll leave. That's just the truth. That's how magic works. And if you think magic works in some other kind of way, then continue to practice however you practice, you know? And that all of that, what I just said, isn't for you, specifically for you. It's just in general, when people approach practicing magic, people have lost the healthy fear of what magic is. There's a reason why people are afraid of magic for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
No, that's exactly what I meant. I feel like I don't know enough. Like I feel that, you know, I can read a book about a couple, like you said, the medicinal part of herbs, and there's like a bunch of opinions about you know, the magical side of one herb. So like I kind of gotta do my research before, even if I want to do, I don't know, a money bowl and I want to use 3 types of herbs, you know, I want to know the properties of the herb, and it feels like it's a lot. So I agree, you know, you never really stop learning. Like there's never knowing too much. At least I don't feel. I'm starting for like, I think maybe 3 years, 2, 3 years. And I feel that, you know, maybe I'm not moving fast enough, but I'm doing it at a pace where like what I'm reading or learning, I feel that like, you know, I want to understand what each book is saying before I can move on to like a different thing, you know?
Yes, I understand that. And that's very, very admirable. And what I would recommend to you is this: pick 5 people that you respect. Excuse me, 5 authors or teachers of witchcraft that you look at and you say, that bitch knows what she's talking about. That motherfucker knows what he's talking about. They demonstrate that they have knowledge about the spiritual world, and what they say makes sense to me. And it looks like they're pretty successful at what they do. So I want to learn from them. Pick 5 people, get their books, read their books, and synthesize. Look at all 5 of those authors and what they say, and say, okay, well, thank you, Amanda. They're so sweet. Pick people that you think know what they're talking about, and then be like, okay, well, Witchfoot said use this herb. Ryan said use this herb. Mama Sunfire said use this herb, and somebody else, you know, said to use this herb. Now I'm going to take all of this information and I'm going to synthesize it, and I'm going to make it work. And I'm going to listen to people and say, yes, this is safe. Just do it. You'll be fine. And when people give very serious warnings about doing particular things that are not necessarily safe, listen to them. Just listen to people that are older than you who have experience. That's all. And guess what? You've been in it for 3 years. I've been in it for 25. And I still don't know anything. Matter of fact, when I wake up every single morning, the first thing I remind myself when I open my eyes is that however I think all of this works, I have absolutely no idea how it works. And I don't want to pretend to know. I know based on my own experience. I know what works based on what I've experienced, but do I know how it works? Absolutely not. I tell you what, but I don't have to. And that's why you don't have to be too concerned, okay? Especially if you're working with your ancestors and your spirits, you're okay. That's why I say work with your spirit guides. Don't work with somebody else's ancestors or call on somebody else's spirit guides or gods and deities, because most of the time gods and deities don't give a fuck about you, okay? I have an iPhone. I have absolutely no idea what this is made out of. I know it's made out of some kind of metal. I know this is some kind of scratch-proof glass. I don't understand anything about how you can fit a terabyte worth of information onto this phone. I don't understand how apps are written. I don't understand any. It's still a miracle to me that I can FaceTime with somebody or WhatsApp with somebody on a phone. I'm that basic. I'm that basic bitch. I have no idea how this phone works, but I know how to use it. And it's better, it's more important to know how to use something necessarily than to know exactly how it's constructed. As an example, people play video games every single day. There are people that write code for video games, and there are gamers that play video games. And it's up to the people that write the codes to come up with new games for gamers to play. But eventually the gamers will catch on and they'll beat that game. And then fuck, now we have to go and we have to create a new game, a game that's harder. You see what I'm saying? So not understanding everything is not necessarily a problem, because you're never going to understand everything. And you don't want that fear of not knowing everything to prevent you from actually doing the work, or else you'll become an armchair witch sitting in a chair reading books for the rest of your life, and you're never going to do anything. But what I'm saying is that just make sure that the sources that you're looking at are proper. You know, I think that's the biggest problem. Just make sure whoever you're listening to is someone that, you know, shows that they're educated, at least educated about what they're talking about. And you know what's so funny is, even though I'm teaching you guys all this stuff about magic today, I don't even spell, like I will cast maybe 3 spells a year. I am not someone that I take it really motherfucking serious. And it usually has to be about something that is absolutely unattainable for me, that has to be taken care of outside of my control. Because if you're a really good witch, you realize that most of the shit you want can be done because you actually put effort into it, not because you have to cast a spell. You know, you don't have to cast a spell against your crazy ex-boyfriend. You can go down and file a police report and you can get a restraining order. That's a real way to get rid of a boyfriend. There's mundane ways of getting rid of somebody without having to, like, you know, go call on your ancestors. If you would have asked your ancestors before you dated the guy, they probably would have told you not to do it. So, yes. Okay. Okay. All right. You need to designate the area in which you're going to practice magic. And you could have 3 altars, really. You could have an altar for your ancestors. You can have an altar for your patron saint or god or goddess. If you work with gods and goddesses, some people don't. And then you can have a 3rd place, which is your working space. It could be your kitchen. When I practice magic, I do it in my kitchen. I'll take all my shit and I'll throw it on top of the dining room table, and then I'll do all the stuff that I want to in my kitchen. My magical work is not less effective because I'm making shit in my kitchen than sitting in front of my altar. I don't like getting my altars dirty. Last one, practicing magic with your ancestors and spirit guides. You don't need to do profuse cleaning rituals. You don't need to do all kinds of invocations. You don't have to cast circles. You don't have to call quarters. You don't have to do any of that. When you're working with your ancestral spirits and spirit guides, or spirits that you're divinely connected to because you've been connected with them through initiation, you don't have to go through all of that stuff. It's a very direct way of working with the spirits. Okay? And it's important to follow the protocols. Here's about protocols. It's important to follow the protocols if you're going to be performing a very specific magic that requires very specific things. As an example, I keep going back to Solomonic magic and sorcery. The magical grimoires and the Solomonic tradition is prescribed. There are things that you have to do in order to get a result. If you do not do those things, you are not going to get a result, or you're going to get a bad result. That is a tradition that's practiced. There's a protocol to it. Things like Santeria, voodoo, Palo Mayombe. Those are things that there are spiritual practices that you learn how to do, call on specific spirits and honor them a very specific way, period. Okay. Those are things that you have to learn. Those are things you have to study. But if you're a witch casting a love spell and you're talking to your ancestors or your grandmama that practiced witchcraft, or you're talking to your spirit guides that are with you that also practice witchcraft, you can do that thing intuitively and you don't have to worry about it. It's not the same thing. There's 2 different kinds of magic. There's magic that's practiced intuitively that you do because it's with your spirits. And then there's magic that's performed that is formalities that have to be done if it's outside of your scope. Okay, questions, comments, objections. I was on a roll, but I'm think I'm coming to an end of exactly what my notes were. Okay.
Were you going to show your altars?
Yes, I am. I was going to say about your ancestor spirits, honor them 1 day a week. Choose a day, Sundays maybe, or Mondays. Mondays are a good day to honor the dead. You know, in my tradition, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we honor different spirits on those 4 days. We're off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So on Mondays, I honor Papa Legba or Legba and the Gede, which are the spirits of the dead of the cemetery. On Tuesdays, I honor the New World spirits, the Petro spirits. On Wednesdays, I honor the Nago, which are the Ogus. And on Thursdays, I honor the Rada spirits, okay, or the spirits that come from Benin, the old spirits. So in my voodoo practice in Sanse, we have days that are specifically dedicated to certain spirit groups. And on those days, those spirits get certain prayers and they get certain offerings. So what you got to remember is when you enter a tradition, it's not just, you didn't just do it. Like there's, if you enter a tradition, you have to know that it's a lifestyle change. Being a witch is a lifestyle change. It's like walking around with the mentality of a witch all the time. It's not just something that you do. It's not like a side hustle, or it's not something that you wake up one morning and like, oh, you know, I haven't been laid in a while. I need to find a new boyfriend. I'm going to do a love spell. That's not witchcraft. Witchcraft is actually a lifestyle. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay, now we're talking about psychic development. Yes, well, after this class will be accessible I will put it somewhere. This class will be accessible probably on my website for you guys to come back and watch later if you want to watch this later or if you have to leave. There's different kinds of spirits, okay? There's different spirits that live and they have different levels of consciousness, okay? Like there are spirits that are literally two-dimensional. It's why we draw symbols and sigils and signs, because the spirit understands two-dimensional space. And you can't explain three-dimensional space to a two-dimensional being. Like a spirit that you use, that you call, that uses sigils or working with sigils, they understand a piece of paper and a pen, or they understand a piece of wood and paint on it. They don't understand three-dimensional space. So as three-dimensional beings, we can't comprehend what four-dimensional space is, right? Four-dimensional space is outside of our range of perception. It's outside of our range of understanding. So a four-dimensional being can't explain to a three-dimensional being why something is done a particular way. Like you might be like, why did my spirit tell me to just go and piss in this cup full of herbs? You don't know. Maybe that spirit that you're working with, that ancestor or that root worker that you're working with, or that espiritista, or that particular spirit guide is like, you need to piss on it. Okay, then that's what I'm going to do, if that's what they prescribe. So when I work with my spirits and I ask them questions, usually when I'm doing things, I'll ask them specifically what ingredients to use, and they'll tell me based on divination, based on the kind of divination that I throw, which is why it's very important for you to have a device like dice that you can get very simple yes/no answers out of. Because if I'm sitting there and I'm trying to construct a spell, I'm not going to shuffle up my tarot cards and sit there for 3 hours trying to ask a question and shuffle up my cards every single time, getting a yes/no answer. I'm going to be like, do you want me to use this? Throw my pennies, throw my dice, throw my cowrie shells, and it's going to say yes, no, or maybe. And if it says maybe, I'll be like, okay, well, what's like that? Okay, you don't want milk. Do you want yogurt? Throw it. Yes, use yogurt. Okay, I'm going to use yogurt, not milk. I was on track with the dairy, but I was with the wrong kind of dairy. Maybe it's cheese. Do you see? Do you understand what I'm saying? I wouldn't recommend doing that if you're going to try to bake a cake. But when you're practicing magic, it's a little bit different, okay? When you're practicing magic, you want to choose the experience that you want to have. You want to choose the source material that you're going to use as the foundation of the ritual that you construct. You're going to set the time, and you're going to be undisturbed during the time you perform your magic, and then you're going to perform the ceremony, period. That's how you're going to practice magic. Choose the time and place. Make sure that you're alone to do it. Choose the source material, which will be the foundation of that particular spell, and then do it. Now, here's an example. Amanda, if you're still around, as an example, you know, you might buy a book by Scott Cunningham, who is a very famous witch that wrote a lot of books on Wicca, and I respect him, and I do respect Wicca. I respect it as a religion. I'm not going to poo-poo on any Wiccans because their magic is just as powerful as anybody else's magic. Because guess what? To me, magic doesn't depend on exactly what you're practicing. It depends on how connected you are with your spirits. It depends on how much weight you have in the spiritual world. When you speak, when you talk, you want to be the kind of person that when you talk to the spiritual world, the gods listen to you. That's how powerful you want to be. When you speak, the spirit world listens. Those are people that carry real weight in the spiritual world, not people who think they're powerful, people that can get results. Okay. So let's say Scott Cunningham prescribes, I want you to put this herb, this herb, this herb, this candle, take it to the river, say these incantations and do it. Well, guess what? I trust Scott Cunningham, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to do what he tells me to do. I'm going to use these herbs, that candle, say this incantation and go to this place in nature, and I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to sit back and wait to see whether or not his spell worked. That's using spell work. That is that. And when you do spell work like that another witch tells you to do, like Jennifer Witchfoot might tell you in one of her classes to do this particular thing, it's because that's what she found works. So you do what she says, and then you see whether or not that works. Does that make sense? So that's why you find trusted witches that you trust, and then you try to do some of the practices that they suggest. And if it doesn't work, then don't do it again. Privacy is very, very important. You know, this shit about posting everything you do, putting it on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, what the fuck is that? As soon as you put a magical working online for people to look at, you set yourself up to criticism, and their negative energy and their evil eye and their jealousy is going to affect your spell. So if you're ever going to perform a real spell that you want to get results out of, do not post it anywhere. You wait until that spell is done, and you make sure that you have the right proper information. You gathered back the data and it worked, then you can go tell everybody that you cast a spell and it worked. But if I practice magic or cast a spell, I do not tell anybody a fucking thing. It's nobody's business what kind of magic I practice. Does that make sense? So choose what you want to do and then do it, and do it wisely. Okay. Praying is very important. And I know a lot of people associate prayer and piety with Christianity and Semitic religions, but it's actually not true, because old, and it's useful because Hebrew is a very, very old language, and Hebrew is important to biblical scholars and other archaeologists, because if we didn't understand biblical Hebrew, then we might not be able to decode other Semitic languages that existed at the same time. You know, so we have an understanding of Sumerian, Babylonian text and things like that. So I mean, religions that come from antiquity are important. Like the Sanskrit religion is also considered important. It's a root language. It's a root Indo-European language. A lot of words that are in Sanskrit are also in English and all across Europe, because it comes from the same place. So when you study old languages, you get an idea about antiquity. But, you know, a lot of these beliefs and teachings were around a lot longer than Christianity. The idea of ritual purity and cleanliness was around a lot longer before Christianity. So if you're practicing magic, you need to kind of like swallow that big pill that says you don't know everything, and maybe the prescriptions to pray, to purify, to meditate, and to be pious should be practices that you take into your life. You know, that's very important to the spiritual world. When you cast a spell and like you do a spell candle, whenever I cast a spell, I hit it from two different directions. Let's say I want to do a self-love spell, and that's always good for me. So I'm going to do a self-love spell. I'm going to construct a candle, and I'm going to do a candle spell, but I'm also going to make it a spiritual bath. So as I'm burning that candle, I'm taking a spiritual bath. So now I'm hitting it from a lot of different directions. I'm setting my intention. I'm putting it out into the universe. I'm also spiritually bathing myself, and I'm reinforcing those spiritual forces and correspondences and that sympathetic magic around me. So I recommend when you cast a spell, make a spiritual bath to go along with it, and either do the spiritual bath before the ritual or after the ritual or during. You know, take your candle into the bathroom with you and sit in the bathtub and bathe yourself in your spiritual bath and meditate on what it is that you want accomplished while that spell candle burns. Okay. Okay. You know, meditation, mantra, mudra, prayers, and all of those things are things that you do for yourself. Okay. Anything that has to do with meditation, psychic abilities, psychic development, dream work, lucid dreaming, which is psychic stuff that I want to talk about now, psychic abilities. These are all things you do for you, not for someone else and not for your spirits. Like, as an example, I like to meditate. When I meditate, I sit down and I meditate on myself, and I meditate on my body, and I practice yoga for my body, and focus myself. Also expressing yourself to the deepest part of yourself. Okay. If you believe that we're all divinely connected to God internally, that praying is not just something that's directed outward, but when you say something out loud, you're actually reinforcing it to yourself, which is why positive affirmations are important, which is why negative self-talk is very detrimental to yourself. If you wake up every morning and you're like, I'm fat, stupid, and ugly, and that's what the internal dialogue that's going on inside your head all the time, that's bad. That's toxic. It's poisonous to the spirit, to the soul, to your physical body. It's going to make you mentally ill. But if you wake up every morning, you're like, I'm going to live my best life today and fuck everybody if they don't like it. And I'm going to be proud of what I do. And I'm going to feel good about myself because I'm going to do my makeup and I'm going to do my hair and I'm going to put on these cute clothes and I'm going to walk around as an embodied person, as an empowered person. You know, you can tell the difference between someone who is empowered and someone who is not. And you have to empower yourself through your practices. The reasons why you would meditate or do meditations or creative visualization is because it helps you to sit and reside in your own natural state. It allows you just to be with your own natural state. It allows you to ground yourself. Best way to ground yourself after doing a magical working or any spiritual work is eating food. So always have food around and something to drink around after you do a magical working to ground yourself. Best way to put yourself back into your body. Okay. I'm starving when I finish talking about spirituality, doing readings all day, or do a magical working. Like, I could eat a Thanksgiving meal tonight. You know what else meditation helps you to do? It helps you to process through difficult emotions. It helps you process through difficult emotions and also have reflection on what you've done. So you want to choose the method of meditation that works best for you, meaning what produces the results you want. You might say, well, you know what, I would recommend do what feels good to you. Do what clears your head. Meditation should clear your head. So clearing your head might be putting on your headphones, oils and things as a natural relaxant or a natural is that produces a calming neutral. Things you do for yourself. They're not things you do for your spirits. They're things that you do for you, for your well-being. You want to take care of yourself, protect yourself first. Vibrations, they're generated, they're praying and singing songs and dancing and doing mantras of like a Gayatri mantra. At the end, you feel you're in a different state of mind. Your mind feels clearer. Your body feels lighter. Your spirit feels more purified. You just feel like your aura in general has just gotten stronger. So that's why doing those things are very important to you. Yeah. Okay, we're moving into the very final section of the workshop. Any questions, comments, objections? I can't believe I'm getting through all my material. So happy. Okay. Psychic development. I would recommend that you guys get on YouTube and look for people that specialize in breath work, breathing exercises. You know what I find the best breathing exercises are? I have several videos that I've posted multiple places by a young gentleman who is a voice coach. He's a singer, and he teaches people how to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the diaphragm. That's very, very useful if you're going to sing songs or if you're going to do mantras. It teaches you how to use deep diaphragmatic breathing in order to breathe. So doing breath work is very important, stretching and getting fresh air. Okay. I have book recommendations over here that I want to give you at the very end, so don't let me forget. Now, finally, all of you should be taking a spiritual bath to cleanse yourself at least once a month. Give yourself a spiritual bath once a month. That's going to clean yourself off, okay? Now, finally, psychic development. Okay, so a lot of people, including Amanda earlier, were talking about differentiating spirits and how to differentiate spirits. Did I freeze? Hello?
You're still moving and talking.
Everybody on my screen freezed. I heard Amber speak, but everybody else is frozen.
I'm still here. I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to keep talking. Psychic development and spiritualism. So in order to increase your psychic abilities, there's something that's called suspension of disbelief. Your imagination is the doorway that opens up the portal for you to experience non-ordinary reality. And Denise, that dog is so cute. Oh my God, it's a hot dog. I love it. Your imagination and working on your imagination and your creativity is going to help your psychic abilities blossom. Because like when I'm doing a reading on someone, I don't know if you guys can tell that when spirits start coming around for me and communicating with me, I start looking off into space and my eyes start going all over the place. That's something that I realized because I watch myself on like repeat on my YouTube video for a minute to watch my live reading. And I realized when I start communicating with spirits or seeing visual images psychically, my eyes are like wandering. Like I lose, there's a kind of like a little veil that comes down between me and what I'm seeing in like an augmented reality, or like I can see a movie being played out in my head. Like if I sat down and imagined Star Wars being played out in front of me, that's kind of like how I get psychic information. It's like somewhere in between me and the spiritual world, there's a little television and I watch the little television and that's how I see stuff coming through. You know, that's just the way I pull information. So the only way to know whether or not that information is correct or not is to ask the person I'm reading for verification. So I might say, I see some particular spirit, and I start describing to them, and then they say, that's one of my spirit guides, or that's my grandmother, or I know who you're talking about. That's the only way that I can gauge whether or not my mediumship abilities are on point or not. There was one time I sat and I described a spirit guide to someone that I saw around them, and they turned pale, they turned white. They said, hold on. They got up, they walked into the other room and they came back. There was a painting that they had painted of their spirit guide, looked exactly like what I described. Exactly. Those are the only ways you can get verification about your psychic abilities. They're very subjective. One thing you have to remember about psychic and spiritual phenomenon is that the only person that matters at the end of the day is you. because you're the only person that experiences that phenomenon. I could go into trance and I could leave my body and I could go into another dimension, or I could jump through the multiverse, or I could time travel, and I could sit here and say, I time traveled. And you could be like, okay. So it doesn't matter to you. Like, no matter what I say to you, whatever experiences I say to you, at the end of the day, I'm the only person that gets to experience it. So that's why I'm saying your spiritual experiences are yours, and you should be journaling about them all the time. When you have a spiritual experience, write it down, just like your dream journal. Dreams are a window into your spiritual development. You will know how you're developing on the spiritual path by paying attention to your dreams. That's why you need a little book sitting beside your bed. And if you wake up in the middle of the night from any kind of dream, you need to write it down. If you wake up first thing in the morning, before you pee, before you get out of bed, reach for your book and write down your dreams, because dream work and paying attention to your dreams, besides doing tarot and oracle cards and divination, is the #1 way for you to start developing your psychic abilities. So we are going to talk about psychic dreaming now. And I'm going to break it down for you and kind of tell you that I break psychic abilities down into 3 different categories. The 3 different categories that I put psychic abilities in are, what do you say, Amber? Let's see. Amber, say that to everybody, because here's the other thing. I just want to say that Amber over here, Amber is a lucid dreamer, and she has very, very phenomenal dreams, and she's an active dreamer. She has super control over her psychic dreaming. I would say she's the most advanced psychic dreamer I know. So Amber, anytime you want to pipe in and say something and add something to what I'm saying, your experience, I feel, is more in depth in the dream realm than mine. And even though I have dreams, I have to say that lucid dreaming and psychic dreaming is not my gift. And we all have different gifts. What did you just say about markers?
I was just suggesting, I'll show you guys, I use a big notebook like this when I'm recording either spell work I'm doing or especially dream work. And rather than pens, because sometimes when you're asleep and you're waking up, it's hard to figure out how hard to press it. So I've ripped paper or it hasn't come out. I use these markers. They're kind of like pen markers, and they flow really easily. And it's also easier to read the larger letters in a darkened room. I find that I get a lot more detail using those than if I try to use a pen or even a pencil, because it's hard to see.
You can also use your phone and video and record yourself, vocally record yourself on your phone, or get a little mini tape recorder. Excuse me. They have those at Office Max. You know, they still have those where you can press a button and you can talk into it. It's a voice memo recorder. Those are also very good too. But the point is we're not trying to interpret our dreams, okay? We're not trying to be, I dreamed of a butterfly last night, so what does that mean? Dream interpretation is different from lucid dreaming as a practice, okay? Because it's not something that you can analyze. A lot of things that happen to us in our dream are not rational, they're not logical, or they're out of order. They don't necessarily have context, and sometimes they're confusing. Doesn't mean they're any less real than your waking state. Because you can have a nightmare and you can wake up with your heart beating and racing, sweating and afraid, having anxiety. And even after having a nightmare or a dream, you could walk around the entire day being disturbed because of the dream that you had. So your dreaming world affects your real world. It affects you in the real world. And what you experience in the real world affects your dreams, okay? They're in coin. And the commonality between both is so my pure consciousness that's always conscious, okay? When I'm awake and I'd say in the real world or the unreal world, whatever you want to call it, when I'm living in the phenomenal world, my consciousness is pretty much, there's continuity there because I wake up at 8 a.m., I go to sleep at 11 p.m. There's a stream of consciousness that happens and I'm pretty much embodied. This physical body gives me the ability to stay anchored. My spirit stays anchored to time and space because I'm embodied. But when I go to sleep at night, the physical body shuts down or goes into rest mode, but my consciousness is still going. So my consciousness doesn't know the difference between when it's asleep, the differences. Like as an example, they did an experiment, and the experiment that they did was they had people sit down and they put plugs on their head or whatever, the scientist, and they put images up on a board, or they handed them objects to hold. And they said, look at these objects. And then they took the objects or the images away and said, now we want you to hand. Do you know what they found out? They found out that the exact same parts of the brain lit up when the physical object was there than when it wasn't there. Same part of the brain lit up, which told the scientist that your brain doesn't know the difference between something that's real. An exercise I tried worked phenomenally for me, had crazy dreams after. I pretended I was Luke Skywalker. I jumped up, I grabbed a hold of my imaginary lightsaber, I ran into the other room, I pretended that Darth Vader was in front of me. I acted like I was 5 years old again. And then I started doing some kind of lightsaber fight, you know, and I started fighting. I've done that where I pretended I was Bruce Lee. I jumped up, I went into the other room, and I started doing karate and pretending I don't know anything about martial arts or karate. Well, a little bit. I started doing karate, fighting imaginary characters. I told my spirit guides to help me with this. I said that they could pretend to be the characters if they wanted to, or other characters, right? So I'm doing all of this stuff, this shadow boxing and these ninja moves and everything. But what's happening? My heart rate is going up. My nervous system is getting stimulated. My endocrine system is getting stimulated. There are hormones being released in my body. There are fight or flight hormones being released in my body. And if I really get into that moment, it's like I'm really doing it, and my brain doesn't know the difference between whether or not Darth Vader is really there or not. And you can do physical exercises like that because it will change you. You change. That's chaos magic. That's chaos magic. That's chaotic witchcraft. If you're into chaos, chaos magic is about bringing order to chaos. Okay, it's about trying to take everything that's unpredictable and trying to make it kind of predictable. So what I'm saying is that how many times have you ever been driving to work and, you know, there's that bitch that's been fucking with you at work, and if you go in today and she says that one thing, if she looks at you the wrong way, oh, you're gonna let her have it. And all of a sudden the brain starts going and going and going, and you're like, you're already seeing it happen in your mind's eye. You know, you can see her face, you can see her, you can see yourself going off. You're thinking about what you're gonna say, you're thinking about what you're gonna do, you know, whether or not you're going to punch her in the face or whether or not you're going to like do whatever. So you guys already are using your psychic abilities all the time. Those are psychic abilities. That psychic means it happens in your mind, in your brain. So if you can sit down and get really, really mad about something and think about it and picture it in your mind, then you can practice psychic mediumship. It's the same fucking thing. Same device. Psychic mediumship and psychic abilities aren't like Hollywood. Hollywood is fun because Hollywood is highly visual, you know, and we can sit and watch Whoopi Goldberg and Ghost, right? And Patrick Swayze shows up and Patrick Swayze's following around Whoopi Goldberg. Nobody can see Patrick Swayze but her. That's a great fucking movie, you know? But the point is that that's a glamorized version of like spiritism or spiritualism. But it's not quite different from how things actually really are. They're not as phenomenal. And so people get disappointed when they don't see spirits like manifest fully like they do in the movies, because movies are not real life. You know what I'm saying? You could be interacting with a spirit guide all the time, but you might just think that, you know, you're just like fantasizing about it. But there's a really fine line between fantasy and the spiritual world, and a very fine line between sanity and insanity. And that's why we need to talk about mental health for a minute, because you have to be able to balance your occult practices with being able to function in the real world. because there are people who get so involved in witchcraft and magic and sorcery that they no longer, and psychic stuff, that they no longer are functional human beings. And all you have to do is get on TikTok and start scrolling to see those people, okay? They're not functional. And it's like, you still got to get up, brush your teeth, comb your hair, take a shower, and go to work. You still got to feed your fucking kids. Like, you still have to be a partner. There's things you have to do. Like, you can't be so crazy and into all of this stuff that your life doesn't function. And you see people that are, and those are the people whose lives collapse. They literally collapse on themselves because they don't have the ability to separate psychic phenomenon from other things. Now, what I want to say is psychosis is real. And the difference between someone who has a shamanic experience and someone who is in psychosis is that someone, because you might worry, am I crazy, Ryan? Am I crazy? Like I saw, like I woke up, I swear to God, there was this guy standing in my doorway. I saw him for 5 minutes, and then I told him to go away and he left. How do I not know that I'm having a psychic breakdown? Well, if you can question and ask yourself if you're having a breakdown, you're not crazy. Because people who are real psychics and real mediums are able to stop and ask themselves whether or not the sensory input that they're getting, if it's something that they just made up in their head, or whether or not they should put validity into it, or whether they should talk to somebody about it, or try to get some perspective. If you can get perspective, then that means that you're not in psychosis, okay? But being a shaman and being a psychic medium is like walking the line between psychosis and being well and not well. It's very, very, it's iffy. It's iffy. So you have to be careful. Now, I'm not saying that people who have mental illness or people who have mental and behavioral health problems should not practice magic. Absolutely the opposite. I think that witchcraft and magic is a great way for people to reclaim their power and reclaim their own healing. You can heal yourself with witchcraft. You can heal yourself with magic. You can heal yourself and your emotions and your traumas by working with ancestor spirits and spirit guides. So witchcraft is empowering. And I think that everyone should do it. And I don't think that being on medication is shameful in any kind of way. Oh, and being on psychiatric medication does not affect psychic abilities at all. Period. Because in order to be a good psychic, you have to be balanced. If you're bipolar, you need to take your bipolar medication because you can't channel properly unless you are balanced out. I do not do readings when I'm sick, and I do not do readings when I am unbalanced mentally and emotionally. Some people, it's true that medication does affect you in particular ways, but it's more important to be balanced than to be acting insane and crazy. Spiritual world isn't worth it. I love the spirit world, but it's not worth being a part of the occult if it's going to make you insane and crazy and mentally ill all the time. Does that make sense? But practicing using psychic abilities is almost like being in a controlled psychotic state. As an example, you could take 10 people and put them in a room and give them all magic mushrooms, and they could all trip. And when that trip is over, all those people in that room can sit around and in a rational, logical way, describe what they experienced and talk about their experience and share their experiences. There was a time that they were high and now they're sober again. And now we can talk about these sober things. Bye, Jacqueline. Mwah. Have a great, wonderful rest of the day. I'm so glad that you came and stuck around for 5 hours. But the point is that every single person will have experienced that trip differently. Not everyone's going to experience the same psychic phenomenon. You and your friend could go out in the middle of the night ghost hunting, and you could go out into the woods, and both of you could be carrying a flashlight, okay? And you could be walking around, and all of a sudden psychic phenomenon starts going down, or some other kind of phenomenon goes down, and Denise can vouch for this. You might see something that your friend doesn't see. Your friend might hear something that you didn't see. You might get goosebumps in a way that they didn't get. They might get something blowing on the back of the neck, something that you didn't get. So every single person is going to interpret psychic phenomena and metaphysical occult phenomena differently. It's not the same for every person. Even if two people are in the same room or the same location having the same experience, you're still not going to perceive it the same way. Does that make sense? Denise, do you have like an example of where you and your friend went somewhere and experienced different stuff? Oh, I can't hear you. I asked to unmute you.
Okay. So I was gonna have to do sign language. Yeah, we had an investigation last night, and I had 10 people signed up for it. And sometimes the spirits will let me know who's gonna be around for the night. But like I said, everybody who attends these sessions will have an individual experience that none of us will get to experience, because the spirits will be attracted to that particular person. And we had one lady was experiencing somebody blowing in her hair, but none of us experienced it. And I was not wanting to communicate with slave energy, but they came through. They came through, and we interacted with them very respectfully, and they were respectful to us, even though at the beginning they were calling us white devils. And you know, in situations like that, man, does that catch you off guard? Like, how do you approach a situation where our ancestors, many of our ancestors, were offensive to our black ancestors, or you know, the black community, the slaves that were in our history. And the only way you can do it is through respect. But I don't know, it was interesting last night, but each individual will have their own personal experience that none of us. It's just like being in a room with a group of people. You know, you might have that one person that will want to talk to you over the other people. And yeah, it's cool. It's humbling, and you do have to approach it with a lot of respect. And I always bring food and wines and smokes for the spirit, for thanking them for communicating with us, and it's a very enlightening experience.
I absolutely could not do that. Like I am such, talk about, I'm pretty fucking bold, but you got to have you got to have guts to be able to do the kind of stuff you do, like spirit boxes where people are talking to spirits, and haunted places, and you're picking up like vocals and stuff like that. Oh, that freaks me out.
Well, I was alone with 10 people I've never met in a haunted museum that I have to go through the house, scope, make sure nobody's hiding in there when I'm done, and lock up the place and set the alarm. I think that's probably the hardest part with what I do. Even though I've been, you know, investigating this particular location for over 12 years. Every time I go in there, it's a different experience. You know, it's a lot of times the people that sign up for these events, they bring in their own energy and their own ancestors, their own tags, their hitchhikers, and I have to deal with them. And it can be really, really dangerous, serious. And I have to start out these investigations like doing like a ritual. I open the circle and invite, only ask those with good intentions and allowed into the circle. And then when we're done, we shut it down and say farewell, goodbye. You know, carry on with whatever you were doing, but do not follow me home, brother.
Yeah, that's crazy shit.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I have been wounded and hurt doing this, but for some odd, you know, I don't stop. It's just, I don't know, it's probably how I was raised. My mother was into this, and so was many people in my family. They were all into spiritualism, or, you know, witchcraft, and so it's mostly all the women in my family. way back to my great great grandmother, and I just carried on the tradition.
You're a traditional witch.
Yeah, you might say that. I'm an old traditional witch, and I'm
I
still
know.
learning.
Isn't
I
it
don't
amazing?
know. Yeah, I don't know everything. Every day I am learning, and I make mistakes. It's like, and you can't. You got to learn from your mistakes and pick up the pieces and move on, and just learn from them, just like you do in life and everything that you do. Because I don't know everything, and like I said, I make dangerous mistakes sometimes. But that's part of life. It's just like, somebody who cuts tree limbs down for a living. You will make mistakes and you will get injured. But it's when we learn from others like you and other people that I attract into my life. They're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be there in my life right now. And I'm supposed to learn from you as well as everybody that's in this forum. And yeah, that's how I roll.
You're one of my spiritual heroes, and I'm so glad that I met you. And I'm if I ever get the guts to come your way, I will go with you to one of your events, but I will be wearing like all the things. Like my head will be covered. Like I will be.
Well, I'm a little nervous. In 5 days, I'll be investigating Hampton Court with King Henry VIII. Now, those are some serious ancestors.
Wow. See, and that's the
Yeah.
other thing about geographical locations, because it's true that geographical locations do attract spirits. I think there are energy vortexes,
Yes, and I have to wear all my lucky charms when I step into that. I have to wear all of them because they will show me whether I'm ready or not. And I have to go in with so much respect and leave all my garbage at home because I am there to listen and learn. And if I show any disrespect that I'm not ready to listen and learn, they will show me. They like you said, they don't give a flying fuck about us. They don't.
Yeah. And another thing that I wanted to point out to everybody is the spiritual world doesn't care if you're educated about them or not. They really don't. Like, I mean, the thing is if you're a witch or you're into the occult or you're a magic, or even if you're a Christian person who has a very, very is psychic and has a keen understanding of the spiritual world, that the spirits don't care whether or not somebody knows or doesn't know, is aware of them, is not aware of them, knows how to approach them, doesn't know how to approach them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the spiritual world will eat you alive if you're not careful.
The worst attack I ever got was on board the Queen Mary. And man, Lord help me, I was on there with Zach Baggins from Ghost Adventures. He ran out of the place. I was left behind, looked like I was Linda Blair going into a seizure. It was, oh my God, but it was all my fault. I knew better. I went in there not respecting anything. Call it the company I was with. I don't know. But I learned my lesson in a very serious way. It left me very sick for over 5 years. I mean, I could not get over it. Left me with one illness after another. Couldn't pick up my pieces. You have to be very, very careful. You can do it, but just go in there with respect and open mind and ready to learn.
People also don't realize that when they use intoxicants like alcohol within ceremonies, a lot of psychic barriers can come down and they can get into trouble picking up things or getting attachments to them from being drunk. It's like when you're a blackout, if you drink to the point of blackout, you have that's the most unprotected state any person can be in, possibly, period. Because if you're in some place that you don't know, or some foreign place, and you're pass out drunk or some other kind of drunk, oh boy, that any negative spiritual forces that are in that space, they're like, this is lunch. We're going to attach ourselves to this person, and they will attach themselves to you and you'll never know they were there. It's funny because the first Haitian voodoo ritual I went to, I felt like I'd been carrying around for years some kind of negative spirit. I felt like I had been carrying it around for a long time. And I went into that ceremony and they said the prayers and they started the music and the spirit started coming down. And all of a sudden I kind of felt like my spirit get lighter. I felt more calm. I felt peaceful. I felt grounded. I felt like I was where I was supposed to be. And one of the Lawa, Ogu, came down on one of the participants and was walking around shaking people's hands, because that's one of the things the spirits do. They shake your hand, you know. And he came towards me and he looked at me and I didn't know what to do. I was just like, namaste, you know, hi, you know, thank you for, you know, I was like, I don't even know what to do. And the spirit looked at me and walked over and shook my hand and said, hey. And I said, hello. And then called for somebody to bring him his rum and his machete. And he did some kind of thing on me with the machete, tapping or something like that. And then he took big mouthfuls of this kind of spicy rum that normal human beings can't drink because it's like fucking gasoline. But when you're possessed by spirit, they're not affected by it. And he cleansed me. He blew me down with this substance and this rum, and like almost like did a cleaning on me or something. I have no idea what he did, but gave me some kind of blessing. And when I left there, I haven't felt the negative energy since. Whatever that was attached to me came off of me that night. And I was, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. I want to go ahead and say, let me just finish. This is the last part I'm going to show you. I want to show you some of my altars and shrines. I want to show you the book recommendations that I think that you should check out for your spiritual development. But I just want to finish up talking about psychic abilities and dreaming. Okay. I define spiritual abilities, psychic abilities into 3 different categories. I think that's where I left off. 3 different categories of psychic abilities. The first category is anything that is clairvoyant. That means seeing things that are not there, smelling things that are not there, hearing things that are not there, tasting, having a taste in your mouth that comes from nowhere. Some other kind of phenomenon that they're experiencing something that's quite physical, that's not actually, that other people can't see. That's clairvoyance. Then you have empaths, and everybody who's a psychic empath. And I know you guys have heard me talking about psychic empaths. Being a psychic empath is a completely different monster from any kind of abilities that come with clairvoyance. There's a lot of people that are empaths, and that's what they are. They're an empath. They don't have any other abilities, but they're an empath. And then there are people who are both clairvoyants and empaths. They can see things that are not there, and they have psychic empathy. And sometimes they cross over, but sometimes they don't. Okay. But being an empath is actually the worst psychic ability to have. It's the most dangerous. It's the most uncontrollable, and it wreaks the most havoc in a person's life when you're an empath. Because most people who are empaths tend to be codependent. Empaths tend to be codependent. Empaths are usually people that want to get into helping professions, and they get into helping professions and it destroys their lives. As an example, I've met a lot of empaths. They're all social workers or nurses, or they do special education, or they work in nursing homes or other kind of places. You know, they're like, the empaths to me have a natural desire in general to help people. But then you're like, okay, I'm a psychic empath. I don't know that I have psychic empath abilities. I want to help people. So I'm going to go to school to become a nurse. And I like going to school. I'm learning how to help people. I get my first job in an emergency room. And now I'm a psychic empath in an environment where everybody is sick, everyone is dying, and everyone is stressed out all the time. And my sleep is disturbed, and I don't get good sleep, and everything is, and my life becomes out of balance, and it wrecks them. Okay. So what they don't realize is that their abilities as an empath are a detriment for them being in certain environments. People, places, and things affect empaths, period. And the only way for an empath to heal from being in environments that are destructive to them is literally to withdraw themselves from the environment. There's no other way to get away from it than literally isolate yourself away from that which is triggering you. And empaths, if you're a real empath, is going to be physically sick from your abilities. Okay, so walking into a room and getting like a vibe off of a place is not being a psychic empath. Meeting someone for the first time and getting a good feeling or a bad feeling off of them is not being a psychic empath. Okay, that's everybody has the ability to catch a vibe off of a situation. A psychic empath, and Grant is actually a true psychic empath. Grant is a true psychic empath, and he didn't understand this. And it's what I've been helping him with for the past couple of years. He didn't understand exactly what his abilities were, but we've helped to clarify it, and also he's worked on it so that it's better. But when you're a psychic empath, you get headaches for no reason. You get dizzy for no reason. You Amber said you get nosebleeds. You get, your stomach is bad. You might have numbness in your limbs, or you might have random pain like fibromyalgia, or you might get nauseated. And so when you're in negative situations or around people that are negative, because you're a psychic empath and you're pulling information off of that person on an emotional psychic level, you're going to start taking on their illness. Most psychic empaths take on other people's illnesses and diseases, and it's very dangerous. And these are people who will go to the doctor and they'll be like, well, we checked your blood, we did x-rays, we put you through the MRI, we've done a CAT scan, we gave you antacids, there's nothing wrong with you. And so we say that these people are hypochondriacs. Well, you're just imagining all of these things. I'm sorry, but I think that hypochondriacs are actually people who have some kind of psychic ability that is an undiagnosed spiritual problem. Because if I'm experiencing all of these things and you're telling me there's nothing wrong with them, obviously there is a spiritual origin. If everything begins in the spiritual and ends manifested in the physical plane, then there is something spiritual going on. So that phenomenon that psychic empaths have is a detriment to them, because it's a liability. Being an empath is more of a liability than a blessing in this life, if you have those abilities. And then the final stage is lucid dreaming and dream yogas. And excuse me for yawning in your face, a dream, having psychic dreaming, okay? We already talked about having a dream journal or keeping track of your dreams, but the idea here is that I'm going to break down to you the different levels of consciousness in dreams. Let's start with the basics. When my eyes are awake and I'm like in my waking state, I'm conscious. I'm experiencing kind of like my consciousness is, there's continuity because I'm embodied and I'm like experiencing the physical world. Now I lay down to go to sleep. Here's the different levels of dreaming. There are some people that lay down and go to sleep and they experience nothing. It's like nothing happens. It is a blank. Everything goes black. They don't realize how much time is gone until the body comes to, and they get up and they're like, I don't dream. Ryan, I don't dream about anything. When I go to sleep, that's it. I'm out. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that you're not a psychic dreamer. Okay. I wish I could sleep like that every night. I wish I could lay down and nothing happened all the time. Jennifer's that way. And then the next level up is there are people that will go to sleep at night and then they'll wake up and they'll be like, I know I dream. I just can't remember anything about my dreams. Those are the people that are difficult to work with, because there's a lot of work that needs to go into trying to do dream recall. And lucid dreaming, dream recall is the most important part, because the goal of lucid dreaming is to actually be engaged in your dream, to be active in your dream, to change the construct of your dream, to be able to interact with the beings or the psychic forces or the ancestral memories or whatever wherever you think you go in dreams. Okay, because that's highly debatable, and I'm not concerned about going into where you go. Wherever it is that you go when you dream, you want to be able to interact with those forces, because you're still conscious. Your consciousness is active. It's just not in your body. It's not embodied. Okay. So what I'm saying is, And why is that not, why is that like so difficult to perceive? You know, scientists have proved that there's matter in nature. There's atoms that literally they appear from out of nowhere and then they disappear and they go and they don't know where they go. Like there's certain, I don't know if it's particles or waves or exactly what the breakdown is or how small you have to go into understanding space and in order to see. But there's a phenomenon where like there are things that are present and then they disappear and nobody knows where they go to and then they reappear. Why is your consciousness not the same way? Why can't your consciousness not do the same thing? Why can't it slip into a realm that is invisible, that you can't see, some kind of underlying base reality, okay, or some other kind of dimensional space, and then pop back up when it's time to wake up? So I find that to be, I find science and lucid dreaming not to be contradictory to one another, okay? If anything, scientists are starting to pay attention more to traditional ideas about the universe because they actually are in harmony with a lot of scientific experiments that are going on these days. So the concept is that people that have a hard time remembering their dreams have the hardest time, opposed to someone who goes to sleep at night and wakes up in the morning from very vivid dreams and remembers them all. If you go to sleep at night and you dream vividly and you wake up and you remember your dreams, now all you have to do is flip the switch. So now that your dreams, rather than trying to create or generate or remember your dreams. Does that make sense? So I've been able to gauge my spiritual progress off of my dreams a lot. When I was younger, I had a lot of nightmares. I would go back and forth between different hell realms when I was asleep. Very violent, very bloody, very gory, a lot of monsters, a lot of zombies, a lot of violence, a lot of running away from things, protecting myself and stuff like that. So I guess people might say, oh, well, you're traumatized. You're traumatized and that's just your brain, you know, playing out itself in its sleep. No, I think I really went to some really nasty places. Because I can tell when I go to sleep and I dream and it's bullshit, and when I go to sleep at night and it's more profound. I can tell the difference. Then what happened after I got sober, obviously my life improved dramatically when I quit drinking. Duh. But then a lot of those negative dreams that I had and those negative emotions and negative feelings and those feelings of things like being on me and stuff, they went away. And my dreams started becoming more healthy, more positive. And when I started calling in ancestral spirits and spirit guides and Loa, then my dreams became very vivid. And I've had a couple of experiences in dreams that were literally, I know that I was in some other place. There's no one that can convince me that I had not, my consciousness did not slip and go into some other place. Very, 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 I will stand by that statement. It's like what I said, it's like when you believe, once you believe something to be true, it's pretty damn difficult for someone to convince you that it's not. That's why what you believe is important. That's why what you believe matters. So if you have a near-death experience and during your near-death experience, you have an out-of-body experience where now you're standing and you're looking at your body and you're watching everyone in the room like operate on your body and you're watching yourself. There's no way that after a phenomenon like that, there's absolutely no way that you're going to convince that person they were not out of their body. It's just like if somebody dies and sees a white light and they walk towards the white light and the angel shows up and says, no, it's not your time to die yet. You have to go back. What the fuck is that? That's a common experience. But once someone has an experience like that, you can't reverse the experience. Once you experience something, you know it to be real. If I touch fire, I know that it's hot. I burn myself. I don't have to touch it again, but I'll never forget what that experience is like. And it's the same thing with people that see Jesus or talk to ancestors or whatever it is that comes to them in their dreams or comes to them in traumatic environment. Most of the time, most psychic abilities get triggered by trauma. A lot of psychic abilities come into manifestation because of some kind of trauma-related incident. So someone starts experiencing anxiety, PTSD, there's a physiological change in their hormonal balance, they become dysregulated, and then psychic phenomena start happening, and then there you go. Now you're on to that next level stuff. So PTSD and trauma is another way. But that's not the way you want to open up your psychic abilities. People do. There are very specific techniques in different kinds of magical traditions and even in yoga that I would not suggest anybody ever do, that will rip apart your psyche and bust you wide open to psychic phenomena. It's like drugs. Like, even if you can go do ayahuasca or do magic mushrooms or use some other kind of drug to try to crack that egg open, you'll crack it open, but once you crack an egg open, you can't put it back together. So that's why drugs are not the best way to get into, to come into your ability to understand and recognize spirits. It's better to meditate and pray and be very aware of your body and your surroundings and start to perceive the subtle energies of spirits around you. Because once you crack that egg open, it doesn't close. And it can be very dangerous for someone who is not prepared and mature enough to handle the psychic experiences that you experience when you're on drugs. Just saying. There have been people who have done ayahuasca journeys that committed suicide after, because whatever came up in that particular journey was so emotionally overwhelming for them, and the experience was so profound that it made their life unbearable. And the only way they felt like they could get out of that unbearable state is to kill themselves. Yeah. So that's why it's very important to pay attention to the way you feel and protect yourself. But anyway, the thing is that those are the different levels of dreaming. And then when you get to that level, like where Amber is at, where you're able to like interact with people in your dreams, be able to have more sight in your dreams, or travel places that you want to go to in your dreams. Now you're operating in that level of consciousness where you don't have any kind of constraints anymore. That the sky is the limit for you, you know? And what we had talked about earlier is I talked about constructing the astral temple. Yeah, Grant. Agreed. If you guys are following the comments. So constructing the astral temple is a creative visualization that you create a physical location in your brain, in your mind. It's like a astral, well, it's a place that you construct specifically that you meditate on, that you go to when you're dreaming. So it might be that you go to a cathedral or an old church, or you might go to a special tree and climb a tree, and there's a tree house, or you might find, or there might be a hole in the ground that you go into, like a rabbit hole that takes you into a cave, but usually, or a sacred grove or something like that. But usually the astral temple is considered to be a pretty confined place in which the spirit and the mind and the consciousness can go to find rest within the realm of the dream world. And what will happen is, if you get really, really good at, doing projections of yourself going in and meditations in and out of this astral temple, the goal eventually is to, when you go to sleep at night, project your consciousness into your astral temple. That's the goal, is to get to that astral temple in the state in which your consciousness becomes liberated from the body. When you start practicing those kinds of dream yogas, then you start going into investigating the bardo. The bardo in Buddhism is what they call the in-between state. Okay. It's also, the bardo is also the space that the spirit journeys and travels through between incarnations, between bodies. So the concept by Tibetan Buddhism and a lot of Tibetan Buddhist dream yogas, which are very, very shamanic, is that the yogi or the Buddhist trains themselves to be able to go into meditation deeply enough that when they go to sleep at night, that they can go and meditate in their dreams, and at the moment of their death are able to leave the body and project themselves towards either their future rebirth to another realm, and in magic, your astral temple. So the astral temple is an actual place that you go to consciously, whether your physical body can go there or not. But it's something that you build. It's like buying a plot of land and buying all the materials to build a house, and then constructing a house for you to live in physically. You construct that in the spiritual realm, and that's where you actually go in your dreams. And Amber, so go ahead and tell me now about, tell me now about your experiences with the astral temple. If you, how did I not get, okay.
You want me to talk about what I was talking about at the beginning, or just when I go to sleep and things that have happened? Because I just started working with creating that place of my own. I've had places that I have gone like since childhood, off and on, depending on how I practice, is how much I can remember. And the ones that happened spontaneously, the most vivid one that I've had happen, I don't know how many times, is going into the earth basically. And this started when I was maybe 5 or 6 years old and happened all the time until I was probably 8 or 9. And then sporadically since then, I'll go into the earth and go down, and I'm with some beings that are there and we're communing. It feels like almost like a cave, but it feels a little bit more almost like Pan's Labyrinth looks, that movie. It's very stone, and it's like I'm going down there to meet with beings, and I can remember the emotional state that I have when I'm there. But a lot of times I can't remember the contents of what we're doing. I just remember how I feel when I'm in there and how the things we're discussing makes me feel. And it often feels like I'm reporting and having kind of this back and forth. And I don't necessarily know who's there, but I feel very comfortable when I'm there. And then more recently, since we did our reading, you recommended that I start trying to construct my own astral place. And I've been having a really active dream life, but I keep ending up in these retreats and classes with people I've either known before, or yeah, they're not related. The people here in the physical plane. Like I was just last week, I was somewhere, it looked kind of like Northern California, that kind of a landscape or geography. And I was with somebody I haven't even seen in about 10 years. And we were scouting a location for this retreat. And she was telling me how I needed to work on this drumming process. It's really interesting. It seems to be a lot of learning and teaching and kind of a back and forth about that doesn't necessarily go along with the books that I'm reading right then, but is going along with some of my just more mystical practices. Like I've been doing a lot of drumming lately since we talked about the spirit that I have around that's a Germanic kind of shaman you were talking about. I've really been trying to drop in with that and working with my ancestor altar about it. And so I've had some just tremendous experiences that are kind of hard to put into words because they're a little bit psychedelic when you try to talk about them, but basically being in what I would consider a void or a bardo where I'm there, but it's not my body. It's like, it sounds like a fantasy novel, but I'm like an eye, it's consciousness. You can feel it. And then there'll be symbols that are there with me that aren't people. So it's real trippy and a little bit hard to navigate. So I'm just keeping a lot of notes about it. And I'm focusing on that image that I had the AI generate of the astral temple just to kind of give me a place that I'm creating. Because I feel like I go several places that are what you're talking about. It's somewhere else. It's not just subconscious. I call it throw up, where you're just kind of puking back the movies you've seen or the music you were listening to, and or a conversation that you had. It has a different quality to it. And I feel like the easiest way for me to know that quality is the emotional state that it generates when I'm there. And it's not like fear or happiness. It's another, I can't think of these physical words, but it's like a flavor, an emotional flavor that's very different when I'm somewhere else versus I watched this movie about some car crash or, I don't know, that emotional throw up that happens when you're sleeping, that's just kind of throwing out everything that you took in.
Yeah.
Versus what feels like a more objective experience has just a personal Gnosticism that I can feel it. And I can remember it very well when I come back, the feeling, but not necessarily the words or the actions. They're oftentimes discombobulated. So I just take notes and kind of review over that to see what themes are there. And then oftentimes if I'm reading, I can go back and do a card reading or something to get some more specifics.
So these experiences that you have, and also what I said, Amanda, is if you have a question, ask the question. I don't know if you want to ask a question verbally. But what I was going to ask Amber real quick is these experiences that you have through dreams and having a life that is very, very active in your dreams, and this personal gnosis and this mysticism, this dream mysticism, what has it taught you about yourself, or what has it taught you about the universe? Like, does it make you less afraid of dying? Does it make you feel like there is definitely something else out there? Do you really feel that there's a concrete spiritual place that you're going to go to after you die? Like, how does it affect you on a daily basis?
I've always had a really interesting relationship with death. The person I thought was my father died when I was pretty young. And I remember talking to spirits and talking to him about dying while he was dying. And I was about 5 when that happened. And I had a close grandparent die shortly after that. So I have a different relationship with death than a lot of people I know. I lost a lot of pets. Death was just all around me in this weird way. So I was kind of a gothic little witchy girl who was like, what's going on there? So I've always known there's something else. I still don't know what exactly that is. I have all these experiences, but I'm certainly no expert. I think what it does is gives me perspective on what's happening here. And as an empath, people are often drawn to us with all their stuff. And I think having those objective experiences elsewhere that aren't attached to mental rumination that happens here in the third dimension because we don't understand what's going on. There's a separation of that when I'm in that dream state that informs how my practices are in everyday life, and also just how I interact with my family and the life that we've chosen to live, the things that I prioritize. They're a little different than some other people might. We just like live in a little cabin in the forest. We homeschool our kids. I don't know, kind of a hedge witch, kitchen witch. I think those experiences inform that, though, because I just don't place value on some other things that might be important when you're interacting with a ton of people every day, or going into an office, or going to the PTA mom stuff. I don't know if that makes sense. You're talking about isolating or having to kind of protect yourself from taking on too much stuff. I find that those experiences help me in the third dimension, or daytime, day walking, as I call it. Not to get too caught up in it, because they're both valid experiences. And this is just another story. The daytime feels like, when you're talking about a movie screen, the daytime feels like that to me sometimes too, where I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Who changed the script or what? I don't know. Words are kind of hard sometimes, but that's my experience. Is just I don't know. It's like a whole other existence that's happening parallel with this one that you're conscious of. And so I've been able to meditate in that state, and I've had some, I would describe them as physiological things happen in the astral plane or in a dream state. And then I lose consciousness. And I feel like that's because my consciousness is not developed enough to remember what's happening, whatever's after that. Like I can get to a place of sitting, remembering to breathe, and I can feel light generating, if I could describe it like that. But then it's like something else happens and I can't remember anything about it. I can just like, it's like going off in a spaceship or a rocket ship or something, and you're just somewhere else and I have no idea what happened.
Yeah. See, you need a Tibetan Buddhist dream yoga master, not me. Like, you need somebody who
Namkai Norbu, I've tried in my astral life to to meet up with him, but I guess I don't do enough practices during the day.
I don't know. There's a lot of practices that you can do during the day to try to increase the chances of lucid dreaming. And can you guys hold on 1 second? We're only gonna be live. I'm only gonna stay live or keep this going for about another 15 minutes, unless anybody has very specific questions that they want to ask. And I know Amanda has a question, but I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Okay, everybody. All right. Amanda, did you have a question about dreams?
I was just a little confused if lucid dreaming and astral projection is the same thing. Like,
That's a good question. And let me close my door here. Okay. So astral projection, we're going to do a little exercise in we're going to do an astral projection exercise right now. Let's practice astral projection together right now. So let's everybody take a moment to relax. Your neck, shoulders, take a nice deep breath and just feel embodied, okay? Very, very simple, okay? We're gonna astrally project ourselves very nearby to our physical body and in a place that is very familiar to us. So I want you to open your eyes first, okay? Start with your eyes open. And I want you to look around, look at your ceiling, look to the right, look to the left, look to the ground, the floor, everything around you, and see what is around you, your space, okay? And for all intent and purposes, this would be considered the physical realm, where you are, your physical body is grounded in this physical place. Now remember this, your physical body can only be in one place at one time. Those are the confines of being an embodied spirit, or being in this realm of duality. Your mind is not your brain. My brain is the goop that sits inside this skull, okay, that's responsible for processing sensory information. It processes all the stuff that's happening around me, okay? But my mind is completely non-local. Matter of fact, my mind is my entire sphere of awareness. My mind is my sphere of awareness, okay? That's why Buddhists say that you and your environment are one. It's because whatever you can perceive around you is part of you. That's all part of you, okay? So my mind can either travel into the future, or it can go backwards in time, or if I wanted to, I could send it to China, to the Great Wall of China, or I could send it to Australia, or I can send it to the bottom of the ocean. My mind doesn't have any kind of confines or restrictions on it. My body does, okay? So now that you feel very embodied, it's very important for you to make sure before you astral travel that you feel your body and know that you're embodied. Now I want you to close your eyes, take a nice relaxing deep breath, and I want you from where you are right now to pretend that you're standing up and walking down the hallway to get to your bathroom, or walking into the other room, or wherever it is that you have to go to your bathroom. I want you to go to your bathroom now. You might just project yourself directly into your bathroom. Now I want you to stand there and I want you to look around. Look at the mirror, look at your sink. I want you to look up and remember what your ceiling looks like. Look at the toilet, whether you need to clean it or not. Just kind of like take a moment here in your mind's eye, okay? In the mind is there. Your body isn't physically there, but your mind is there. And your mind is looking around at a projection. This is the astral projection of your bathroom that you're looking at with your mind's eye, okay? So it might not look exactly like what your bathroom looks like right now, but it's familiar and it's your bathroom in the astral plane, which acts as a duplicate of the physical plane. Now, bring yourself back to your body, bring yourself back to your awareness, bring yourself back to your body, take a deep breath, know that you're back in your body, tap yourself if you have to, and open your eyes and come back to reality. Grant's yawning, that means you did it right. That means that you're doing it right. When you start working the psychic abilities, you get tired. There's something about psychic work that is exhausting. That's why doing 3 readings a day is my max. Cannot read more than 3 people in a day. It destroys me. Like when I finish doing 3 readings in a day, I'm done. It's like I worked a whole day, like a 10-hour day, okay, mentally. So What you just did is you just projected your mind into your bathroom in the astral plane. Your mind has a really difficult time traveling to places that it can't perceive, that it can't visualize or creatively make up or have seen somewhere else, like on the computer, on the television, in a picture. Okay, because the astral plane is literally, it's like the duplicate plane of this physical world. Okay, and it behaves differently. Okay, but did you feel what it was? Did you feel what it was like for your mind or your spirit to not be in your body but somewhere else? Did you have a temporary feeling that even though when you were in your bathroom, were you connected to your body at all, or did you feel like you couldn't feel your body? How did your body feel when you're in the astral? Okay, when I did that exercise, or when I do that exercise, it's almost like I'm asleep. It's almost like I'm dreaming, and it's almost like I don't have connection to my physical body when I'm in that headspace where I'm somewhere else. That's the exact same place that your mind goes to when you dream. So the astral plane is a place that you can go to consciously when you're awake, or consciously when your body's asleep. Same plane. And like I said before, your brain doesn't know the difference between what is real and what is imagined. I could sit here and I could watch a movie, or I could go outside and someone could like scream at me and yell at me and start chasing me, and I could run and I will have a physiological reaction. My heart rate's going to go up. I'm going to sweat. I've got a fight or flight mechanism. I've got endorphins going off in my body, injections of secretions of hormones going off in my body that create a response. I could also sit here and imagining that happen. And even if I don't have the same level of reaction, my heart rate is still going to increase. My endorphins are still going to start to go off. I'm still going to have some kind of release of hormone into my system, and I'm still going to have some kind of physiological reaction. So the mental and the physical body and the emotional body are all connected, but they're not all the same. Because in Hinduism, at least in non-dualistic Vedanta or yogas, which is what I really would encourage all of you to learn more about, is Vedanta. Your consciousness is not your body, it's not your emotions, and it's not your thoughts. Although your consciousness is intimately connected to all of those things, and it's almost like layers and layers and layers of materiality. So let's go ahead and, if let's say you didn't go into a blank spot. Well, actually, you know what you should do? Here's the other thing. You should meditate on your own death, or what it's like to die. Here's a death meditation for you to do. Death meditation. I saw that Amber had some blackout. You have some blackout. Is that how you meditate, with a blackout? You mean these?
Yes. Very helpful. Also, when drumming or doing any of that kind of trance work, not to have the mundane world seeping in. And these allow you to open your eyes. They've got a little space in there.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I realize that these are quite helpful for meditation, because I actually sometimes, to do creative visualization or to be able to project, my eyes have to be open. It's like my eyes have to be open, but I need absolutely zero light, and I need everything completely shut off. So I might have these on and my eyes are wide open. Even though my eyes are wide open, all I see is, well, black. I see absolutely nothing. But that's a very powerful place to be for me. For some reason, having my eyes open helps me to direct my consciousness more, but I don't need any visual stimulation. You know what I'm saying? So what I was going to say is, shit, what was I going to say? Oh, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the death meditation. What you do is you get some of these blackout goggles or, sleep things, Amazon, $5 or $10. These were $10. Create like a little tomb in your bed. Create a tomb in your bed where you get into bed and you pile pillows around your sides, and you pile some pillows on top of your legs up to your waist or even your abdomen. Put several blankets on the bed so that you feel weight on your body, okay? So that you're kind of weighted, or get a weighted blanket. Put these on, and if you want, put in the earplugs. If you want to do earplugs or not, sit there and just breathe, relax, allow your body to relax, and try to allow yourself to get as relaxed as possible. Do what we call yoga nidra, which is a relaxation techniques. Start with your toes. Consciously say to yourself, toes, relax. I don't want to feel you anymore. Feet, relax. Ankles, relax. Calves, relax. Knees, relax. Thighs, butt, pelvis, abdomen, lower back, middle back, chest, arms, fingers, and literally one body part at a time, shut down by saying, relax, relax, relax. I don't want to sense you. I don't want to feel you right now. So you start withdrawing your senses away from the physical body and more into what would be your third eye, or your conscious celestial eye. And then just allow all of your focus to be literally between your eyebrows. Like it even helps if you look up, if you maybe even look up a little bit, as if you were looking up, like you could see your third eye, and just sit in that space. Let your breath get more and more and more slow until you're almost not breathing at all. So that at the bottom of every exhalation, you say to yourself, man, this could be the last one. So you exhale, and just try to bottom out at the bottom of that. Let your consciousness go a little bit farther back into nothingness as you are just allowing your body to relax and doing that. Do that and just meditate and say, well, you know what? This is just like being dead. Because at the moment of my death, I know that my physical body is going to start shutting down. Boom, 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 boom. The heart's going to go, the lungs going to go, the brain's going to start to go. My consciousness will always be. My consciousness can't be created and it can't be destroyed. Okay, your consciousness is what is immortal, eternal, and what is personal about you. It's a part of you that keeps a score. It's a part of you that generates karma, and it's a part of you that's going to reincarnate over and over and over again. So your consciousness isn't going anywhere. But just imagine what it's like just to sit with consciousness and being aware in nothingness. Because a lot of people say that when you really die, you're in a place that's really, really dark. It's like nothing is there. It's totally black. You can't see anything. You can't hear anything. And it feels like you're absolutely alone until they come and get you. Most people who die, who have real near-death experiences, say that there's a moment in which they feel like they're absolutely nowhere. They're in nowhere space before the spirit world comes and fetches you, okay? So whatever that space is, whatever Bardo space that is, try to be aware of that space, because you're always going to come back. As long as your physical body is still functioning, like you're not going to disappear and never come back, okay? Because your spirit body is connected to your physical body. It will always snap back. But get into that place. Are you afraid of going into that place? Will you have anxiety going into that place? Do you think you can bear it? To actually just be quiet, be aware, and be in nothingness? Now you're talking about Zen Buddhism. Now you're talking about other stuff. See, Denise said, yep, respiratory failure. Tell us, Denise. Hold on. Let me ask to unmute.
I got it. Okay, where do I start? So to make this quick, I have asthma, not as bad as I used to be, but I had respiratory failure when I was 19 years old, 1986, and I did die. It was very, very short, of course, but what I remember, I don't remember the incident so much as I did the experience. And I was in this dark, blackest tunnel. And I didn't see a light or anything, but what I was surrounded by was the most intense, profound love that you will never experience in this realm. I've searched and searched and searched. That's why I became a Reiki practitioner, because I've always, since this incident, I have always been in search for that love. And that's just something that we will get in the higher realms when our days are done. When this existence is done, then I will be back in that presence. It just wasn't my time. But I do remember being surrounded by these beings that were healing me. And they were not human. I call them more alien. And I went through a really bad depression when I came back. I was an alcoholic. I was a drug addict. It was bad until I was able to heal a little bit of that trauma. But it is a beautiful experience, and it did change my antenna. I wouldn't say that I'm happy about how my antenna got changed. I mean, I see more, I feel more, I hear more, and it's not easy. Even being an empath, it has opened me up like words cannot describe how much it has opened me up. And I get physically sick when I'm in a room with people that are bringing in negativity, and it has caused a lot of harm in my life. But yeah, I did have a near-death experience when I was 19.
Yeah. That's the whole thing about all of these things. You know, everybody wants to be a psychic on TikTok, don't they? Everybody wants to have psychic abilities. Everybody wants to be able to see spirits. Everybody wants to talk to their guides. Everybody wants to work with spirits of the dead and see angels and demons and have all of these psychic abilities. But I really don't know whether or not people understand what that means. And that's why all these practices were, why do you think all these practices were kept secret? Why do you think all these practices have been guarded for thousands and thousands of years by adepts, by people that were considered immortals, people that achieved immortality in life, embodied, enlightenment in life, were able to become shamanic masters or gurus in yoga? You know, these are people that knew very, very specific techniques and meditation and things to do to open yourself up to higher levels of consciousness. And you can't teach them. There's things that you can't teach because a teacher who teaches spirituality first has to have a student that has experienced something. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're a spiritual guide, and I'm not saying I'm that person, okay? By no means am I saying I'm that person. What I'm saying is I only know what I know from being on my spiritual path as long as I have and what I've experienced. And what I've experienced, I can give someone else advice about based on my experience. It might or might not help them in their spiritual development or evolution. Maybe what I have to say is not what that person needs at all, right? I recognize my limitations as a spiritual teacher, but you can't explain something that you haven't experienced. It's you can't describe. It's like trying to. It's like it's trying to try to describe to somebody who's never tasted water, felt water, seen water, or touched water what water is. We know what water is, but what if we went to a place where no one has ever experienced water? And you say, well, you know, it's wet. Wet means nothing. That's a word that means nothing to that person. They don't have the perception of what dry is opposed to wet. You say, well, it's kind of solid, but you can put your hand through it. You can put your body in it. What do you mean you can put your body into a solid substance? Do you know what I'm saying? So unless you have had the experiences, it's very difficult to describe, or it's difficult to help somebody if they don't have a certain level of experience. And that's what it means, you know. And these teachings have been hidden away, and there's still teachings and things. There's practices that are done, both very, very positive and very, very negative. Like there's a right and a left-handed path. There is a positive way going about this, and there's a very destructive and negative way about going about this. And in Hinduism, they believe that both paths are valid, that there's validity in both, because if God really is all things and created all things, then in reality, God is both good and bad in the realm of duality, and that things are just what they are. Doesn't mean that you can't create psychological damage. You can have a lot of psychological damage by trying to do these practices if you're not careful. And that's always been the warning from people who are adepts in spirituality,